not prepared.
You were
He
not
was
prepared.
not prepared.
He was not prepared.
For 10,000 years, I was not prepared.
Holy shit. What is happening?
What a great way to open the stream. Hello, everyone.
Wait, we're on?
We're on, baby. You've been bamboozled. It was me the whole time.
I bow to no one.
I
Not
bow
you.
to no one.
Not that coward thrall. Oh no, it's not that, not the jailer, and not the
that
cat.
coward.
Yeah, fuck the fuck's
thrall.
Not you.
I have
Not
my
the
scars.
jailer. And not that coward thrall. Or the whore.
Alright,
The
anyway.
line that the
Nothing
orc
wrong.
on the boat says.
Well. Oh fuck, there's two of them. I hate fighting Naga.
You forgot the first part.
Thralls, balls. I hate fighting Naga.
Thrall.
Thralls, balls.
Who would win? Thrall's balls or Thrall's balls?
Probably not.
Definitely.
Not that coward Thrall.
Thrall is a green Jesus, so definitely Thrall's balls.
Listen, if
Do you even
if
know
he
who
didn't,
Thal is?
if he didn't use his green Jesus powers to destroy Garrosh, he would have won.
Man, imagine being a cheater, because cheaters never win except when they do. Anyway,
When-
shall we?
Turtles fight with honor.
Turtles fight with honor. Good thing I'm not a turtle. Shall we?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No! You said no. We're legally required to close out.
Just go, holy shit.
Do it!
Quack, quack.
It is the morning of the big day. You awaken rested, but with focus and plans on the day ahead.
Are we all ready?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, it's not going to be for a few hours, but still. I will ask that everyone please be careful. Please. We don't want this to turn to another Korheim or another Chibalo
This is just...
or another Soju Pem.
It's just reconnaissance. Nothing will be done. Nobody will be attacked. We're fine.
Nice and easy.
Still.
What does the I guess what does the sun look like, or what time of day is it? Actually, that's a better question.
It's a little bit later than you'd normally wake up. I'd probably say it's about like 2 hours after sunrise. So probably sometime around like 10 or 10:30 equivalent.
I see.
How's this, guys?
Wow.
Wow, you
Is
sound
it
really
an
good.
appropriate volume level?
You sound like a stranger now.
Yeah.
Do I not sound like I do in person?
You sound like you do in person.
No, you
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, you
I
do.
can tell.
He definitely sounds like in person, which
Is
sounds
the-
very different from normal online.
This is
Yeah, the
definitely him
volume,
when he is.
Is the volume okay?
Yeah.
It was a little high, but I turned you down. But just a touch.
He turned him down. Oh
So
no.
now I wonder if I go downstairs with it facing over. You guys can still hear me, right?
Oh,
Oh no, this is a fridge ASMR stream. Oh no.
Hello!
No!
Chad is being turned into a Funko Pop. Oh my god, he actually is being turned into a Funko Pop.
No!
Okay.
I don't want to be turned into a marketable Funko Pop. Actually, being a marketable Funko Pop is fine. I am participating in the marketplace of ideas.
That sounds kind of gay.
Evil Darius be like, no, does not accept the trade. It is unfortunate that he has left us. Here I was hoping that after... Yeah, even now I can hear him in my memories.
It's so sad that Chad died of ligma.
It's very sad.
So the rest of you, while Darius is still drowsy getting out of bed, have all properly awoken. Perhaps it was Lork to wake up first and made some noise awakening the rest.
F.
Perhaps it was something else. Perhaps it was
I'm
a simple
too thick.
crowing of birds outside that reminds Rifter of home, and or
Wow! Imagine being so racist.
Whoa!
Wilding.
Racism. Not cool.
Or
bro.
perhaps it's simply Schoonhoff snoring loudly in his elderly age, but whatever the reason, some blunder leads to everyone waking up.
It's definitely Lork waking up first, because he is dummy sick, so the clap of his ass cheeks would alert everyone else.
I see.
I really hate that I was cursed with the ability to speak.
Dude, it'd be like that sometimes. Sometimes you just say shit you wish you hadn't.
Yeah.
Improve your self-restraint skill.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. This is definitely me and I.
Yeah, okay.
He lives!
No, I don't.
No, he doesn't.
Damn.
Are we just gonna keep doing this stupid shit, or are you guys actually gonna, like, do shit?
I'm waiting for other people to do shit.
Yeah, I'm waiting on y'all.
I'm waiting on y'all.
Okay, so
Bitch!
Rifter's just gonna go ahead and he's gonna leave.
Where does
He's gonna get
Rifter
out of this
head?
fucking...
He's just not here?
Just not here. Anywhere but here.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not Rifter, by the way.
Obviously.
Is anyone going to keep an eye on him?
I would if mine still worked.
I'll watch him with my
Garrett,
eyes
didn't-
and ears.
Wasn't that the entire point of what happened a few weeks back?
My eyes don't work still, but my eyes work. It's complicated.
Wait. It hasn't even been 2 weeks. Gods. So much has happened. Anyway. Thank you, Schoonhoff. Anyway, I will see about finding exactly where we go to... Actually, Darius, you were going to go with Rifter to get proper clothes for the occasion, weren't you?
Aye.
You should probably go do that.
Yes. Well, he'll find me.
Hmm.
As he walks down and out of the building. You know who? Come on, it's time to go. He just says out into the street.
Rifter is just at, like, if he looks down from the window, I don't know if he's shouting out of a window, but he would see just Rifter patiently, like, tapping his feet and just outside. Dracula, come here, you slut, you owe me money. Basically that. He's just waiting.
All right, so then Darius would make his way down fully, do all the shit, come.
Come.
Kind of sad that you cut out at exactly that point.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate.
This is just like all those Frost Prime videos we see.
Oh yeah, no, literally.
Anyway, can we please
Yeah,
actually
sorry,
do the
yeah.
game?
So yeah, I am going to go shopping with him, and I guess he was supposed to be the one picking out outfits for me, since he's the one who's more familiar with this kind of thing. Correct?
Yep.
Aye, of course.
As you begin to head out and you search through the part of the city, you realize that there's an entire district dedicated purely to that of fashions, cloths, textiles, and the sorts. There's we wouldn't call it endless, especially given the other forms of endlessness that some of you have experienced, but it is certainly a vast quantity, and you would not be found wanting for anything other than price.
Mm.
All right, so what is it that you're looking for?
Something to match my eyes, he says jokingly, but as I inspect, I guess the kind of suit I'm going for is we I remember you said lavender would work. So I guess lavender. Wouldn't that be?
So you're liking some of the more deep colors, something that's more of a cooler color, something that's not going to stand out but still matches well.
Yes, I suppose that would work. Should be told, I've always been in the waiter's outfit whenever I've gone to these events or not seen.
Fair enough. Nonetheless, let's see here. No. So Darius is going to continue looking through. He's going to find, because I, as a person, have a terrible fashion sense, something that would be in a darker, closer to lavender color, something cool that would not stand out but is still unique.
Alright. As you're going through, you've pretty much decided on one. You're continuing to look around to see if there's anything else that might be better, when one of the people in that particular store moves up behind you. Ah, you have quite a fine taste, good sir.
Oh, I thank you.
May I ask what the occasion is?
Oh, it's nothing too wild. It's just the let's say I believe it's a marriage celebration.
Ah, fantastic. Let's see. He kind of looks at your height a little bit, and he says, would you be looking for any accessories to go along with you? I think that perhaps a tie and some proper cuffs would really pull it all together for a man of your height. He is saying this to Darius.
Oh, okay.
It is wrong, and both of you know that that it is wrong. He is not referring to it as though it were going to Vermilion and or Nox.
I see.
Oh no, this one is not for me. I tend to not match well with this color, especially with as he sort of gestures vaguely at his eyes, kind of wisping off at the corners. I am here trying to be a good partner to my friend here, who has not a single eye for fashion.
Then I see that your friend is in agreement that you have good taste. That is all for the better. Let's see. The somewhat slender, tall elf kind of kneels down a little bit, not physically takes a hold of you, but kind of eyes you up. He takes a look at your general shoulder, and he says, I think we have something that could work. Would you mind if I left for but a moment?
Go ahead.
Alright. He heads out to other parts to begin assessing some of his inventory to bring something. The two of you are alone for now.
Two things. First off, his suggestions will be good. He's recognized that I have a reasonable taste, so he's not going to bring things out that will conflict. Number two, he will try and sell us something. Keep in mind, everything that he does is for his own benefit, and anytime that he brings something out, it is going to be something that he wants to sell. So, keep your eyes out for outrageous prices, keep your eyes out for things that might be unnecessary, but somebody might expect you to be swayed into, and above all, package deals. They're wonderful. If you see multiple things that you'd like, suggest getting both of them. So first off, if there are multiple things that you'd like that he presents, say that you want one, and then in negotiations, suggest that he lowers the price for additional things. You taking notes?
Rifter's just looking at you like with boggle eyes, and he just writes down, "I don't have all that," in his voice.
All right, I will communicate some of this, but it's things you should be looking out for as well. Teach a man to fish and all that.
He nods.
A good little bit passes, and he comes out with the items. First, a quite puffed set of wrist braces, which help accentuate and slide within the innermost layer of the suit there. Secondly, a good almost tie, almost necklace, where it's like a fabric with a jewel upon it. And lastly, a belt piece, which helps accentuate the rest of the body's form above it.
I look at Darius to get signs if this would look good.
How does Darius see the interactions between the suit, him, and his knowing intended purpose?
It does look good.
Okay.
Is it the most fantastic, best thing you could ever get? Probably not, but it's pretty good.
I was mostly asking about will this conflict at all, or make it more difficult for him to kind of slide past things?
Oh no, there's both mechanically and like in lore. The only thing that he might feel is maybe it's a little stuffy around his like belt line, but otherwise.
No, I don't mean physically. I mean like attention wise.
Oh.
Something that people are going to notice.
Given the company, probably not.
Okay.
The only part that might is the neck piece, and even then, that would be minor.
Oh, these are both gorgeous, but I'm not sure about the neck piece. We don't want to be, outdoing the groom and bride on this special day, of course.
Oh, the better. I personally would recommend only taking 2 of the 3. I think all 3 might go a bit gauche, if I say so myself, but I think the other 2, he kind of takes it and tucks it away in one of his deep pockets. I think, would you like to give it a shot? Go ahead and try it out, see how it looks upon you.
I shrug and I go ahead and I grab it and I bring it into, I'm assuming, a changing room of some kind. Yeah. When I pop out, I kind of like tug on the folds near my chest a little bit, and then I just look absentmindedly, same vermilion stare. I'm just like, I like this. Yes, this does well.
That it does, my good friend. But more importantly, for the man with his eyes for fashion.
He sort of does a spin around. They're nice. I'll give you that.
As he sort of silently mulls over the necklace. What is the material and the gem in it?
He goes into detail about the cloth part, specifically being from a version of spider that comes from the Wilderlands, which has recently been domesticated in like the Volstrom territories, and as a result is not able to have too much more, so chances are not too many people will have it. It's one of the only shipments he had, with the gem being specifically one from the nearby ocean in some of the dredging operations, in one that is unique to the area and generally signifies not abundance, but like flexibility and availability.
All right. After a little bit more thinking and looking, he's going to say, so what is the itemized price of each of these things?
Well, assuming you're taking the suit on it, the suit itself would be probably... Let me check. He flips through a booklet. That one would be about 6. The neck piece, and the neck piece would be 2. The cuffs would be 6 silver, and the belt would be 5 silver. But that's simply what the listed price is. Of course, if you're not going with a neck piece, I would not be averse to taking that off from it. No need to. Sorry, give me a run back on that. That's not something that makes sense.
It's all good.
He has given you his prices, and he does not give additional information.
All right. Say, Vermilion, as much as I have the eye for it, how do you enjoy these? How does it move?
How does it move? As I move around, I try to feel if I could do my work in this.
You are surprised at how well it moves, especially the arms. You're able to reach your arms all the way, like, basically creating a U shape above your head, just straight up arms up without any conflict. The only thing that's at all weird is, like, bending over a little bit. You feel a little bit stuffed in your stomach as you bend over, like, otherwise the movement is completely fine.
To demonstrate that I can work at this, I walk up to Darius and I pull out one of his coins to him.
Well,
It
it seems
will
not to
suffice.
impede you.
He nods.
All right.
We can basically, yeah.
All right.
I am comfortable with the suiting. I like from the image described. I think I like the way I look. So I'm down to clown.
That is good, my good friend. Please follow me. Would you like them at all integrated with each other, or would you like them to remain freeform?
Freeform would be preferable at the moment.
I nod to this.
Excellent. Then you should be good to go as soon as we have payment.
All right. I am not currently in the mood to RP deliberations, if you're cool
Just
with
go ahead
that.
and give me a roll.
Okay.
We're not doing role-playing, instead we're doing role-playing. Alright, yeah, you managed to get it down to... you get it down to 9 gold.
I thought it was 6 gold.
I thought
So
it was
with
8
those
plus
two
2
things-
plus whatever.
It might have been. No,
Yeah,
8
let's
plus
get
2 plus whatever, and he didn't get the necklace, so it would have been...
Oh, he didn't get the
it would have been,
necklace?
yeah, it would have been 9.1 with...
Okay, we get it down to, like, 8.5.
Okay. So 8
Awesome.
gold, 5 silver. Split the cost?
I split the cost.
This is good.
So,
So
how mu-
4 to 5. So 4 golds, 2 silver, 5 copper.
I will give you the personal gratification, Sir Rifter, that you look absolutely pimping in this.
let's go. I will just hand you 5 gold and tell you to keep the change.
All right.
Now, for you, sir. Is there anything you would like to accent whichever outfit you end up going with? Or, are you currently wearing your fancy clothes?
He's not wearing his crazy fancy. He's not wearing his like actual suit. He's just wearing his normal like adventuring like armor underneath the overcoat. Basically, what he's drawn in.
Gotcha.
So still kind of dripping, but not.
Right.
In response, he's going to say, I think I have my outfit set as I'd like it at the moment. However, I do quite like the selection that you have here. I have been expanding my my trading focus. We took a bit of a hit after Korheim was, well, you know what happened. We were based there, and we had to move out. So we're looking to extend further. Would you potentially refer me to whoever owns the shop, understanding where the lines are, potentially do business?
Terrible shame about that. If you'd give me a name, I'd be more than happy to pass it along.
Believe the name of the company was Vitrion Exports.
He's
if I'm not mistaken.
asking yours
No,
either
no,
way.
no.
and I think that-
I'm asking you for something.
Okay.
I believe the name was Vitrion Exports.
Right.
I can't remember exactly. Okay, Darius Vitrion and Vitrion Exports.
I'll be sure to pass it along. Now, please do enjoy your event.
Thank you greatly. As he and Rifter depart.
Lorik, Schoenhoff, were you doing anything in the morning, or were you simply vibing?
I think I ran to make sure that Rifter had not gotten himself lost and then returned once Darius caught him.
Lorik?
I can't think of anything that Lorik would particularly be doing before the party, so he'd probably just be like going over the map himself, triple checking that all the supplies are there, that sort of thing.
Understood. About 6 or so minutes after the two of you leave that building, while you're looking through some of the other parts of the district, generally heading back to the main group, each of you receive a sending within your brain to the general summation of, "My dear sirs, what time would you like to be arriving at our fine facility? Please give response if you would like portal or carriage."
Ah, Joy, did you get that too, Rifter? Or he said Vermilion. We're depending on where we are. If we're in room, if we're in room,
You're in the streets. You're in the streets.
Okay.
Not in the
Just
sheets.
my breath, and I let him know.
Not in-
I mean, I'm up for Portal if you're up for Portal.
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 And the when? The answer to the when part?
We should wait to respond until we get back to the room with everyone.
Aye.
Lorik, Struenhoff, the two of you are looking at the map and doing some of your decoding when you receive much the same message.
I'll say portal.
I'm going to wait until the others get back to make sure that they didn't.
You guys
shoot
wait
something
and
weird.
everybody's back. You can now discuss it.
So Schoenhoff said that he intended to go with the portal. What
Portal.
did you choose?
Portal.
I'm not wasting my time with the carriage, honestly.
All right. I will suspend my paranoia briefly and go with the portal.
Right. Let's do this.
Now for the time. Out of character, what time is the event again, roughly?
It does not list. It simply has midday as the first event.
I know. The bowl.
Do we want to do roughly 40 minutes before the event actually starts then?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Alright then. So Lorik is going to indicate such to the person who cast the sending.
So will Darius.
Very well. Enjoy your time. And then you feel as this connection kind of snaps.
Youch.
It's not like a painful snap. It's more like a like someone walking on a twig in a forest. It's kind
I
of.
said what I said.
Bitch.
Youch.
It's lasagna.
I still have a bottle of horny juice, I realize.
Oh god.
Not the return of the horny juice.
He's gonna fuck Sauron's wife.
Or Sauron. No, that seems like a bad idea.
This is generally regarded
I don't
as
know.
a
Do you
bad
really think
move.
that fucking Seiron is a worse idea than fucking his wife?
Yes.
You know, there are a
Once-
few times when sometimes the explanation or reason for a thing can be much worse than the acts that caused it. For example, when I clapped the slapped the king's ass, he said, "Why would you do that?" And I said, "I mistook you for the queen."
That's good. That's good. But yeah, Rifter is gonna go ahead and ask, because actually maybe I would know this, just given how much we've done it. Where is the portal? Like-
it is not existent right now. It is not
see.
around you. You do not know of which portal they speak.
Okay, cool. All right, so we just don't know that. Gotcha. In that case, Rifter's gonna go ahead and bring that up, and he mentions, "Is there a designated location? Because I don't remember any portals on our way into town."
There's two likely situations. We are either going to make our way down to the Mages Guild and portal there for free, or they're going to open a portal at our location.
The latter seems more likely given the likely high security at this event.
Especially given the individualized nature of the messages and how we were each able to respond at our own discretion, as opposed to a larger scale message of those who wish to teleport make their way to X.
Exactly.
Agree. Yeah, this all makes sense. All right.
You have about an hour remaining until you expect it to potentially arrive, which
Only an hour to put on my face? Oh no, Darius is getting going.
Lorca's also getting down to business.
Don't you say that. Let's get down to business.
Fucking damn it!
I was gonna go the same
You
way,
never
but
wake well.
I was trying to come up with a good pun. The best I could come up with was to defeat his buns, but I know there's a better way. There's a better line for it.
There's a better way, a better world. Yeah, Vermilion is actually going to be checking himself out in the mirror, like doing like twists back and forth, looking at his outfit. He's like, "Wow, I'm hot!" Like, whoa.
You do look pretty slick. Oh, look.
Did they send gay lizards when I asked for numbers?
That's good.
Okay. After a couple moments of deliberation, Lorca is actually going to basically strap Temperance's scabbard to the suit that he's wearing. After all, it is a symbol of office, more just as much as it is a weapon.
I don't believe they're going to let you bring that in, unfortunately.
Well, they do have a history of allowing some prestigious figures to...
Perhaps. You might have exception. I, however,
Lord,
don't care.
Would you mind making me a history real quick?
I know that some
Basically,
would, but
basically just don't fucking throw. Yeah, you definitely did not
Base.
throw. You know that it's actually illegal to forbid a Dummerov to carry their weapon in the Empire.
based.
Yeah,
Base
it's
as
literally part of their writs of authority.
Okay,
Weapons are part of our religion.
I know we know this now, but Rifter does chime in. I once saw a very important dragonborn holding some sort of club. It had fresh blood on it, but for some reason he was allowed in. I don't know, I was too busy stealing.
There's a lot to unpack there, but we're going to leave that as is for now.
So why don't you pack it back up and let's go?
I never unpacked it to begin with.
No, he's speaking to Vermilion.
He has his stuff ready. He gets his stuff, he's ready to go.
Should be here any moment. We should start walking towards the Mage's Guild just in case.
Aye.
I imagine that due to the comedies of situational irony, basically as soon as you stand up, you begin to hear a whirring nearby.
Ah. Well,
All's well that ends well.
Interesting.
A portal about like 6 feet wide by about like 9 feet tall, stretching pretty much from the base of this corridor to its top. Ended up opening in front of you, in front of Lorik specifically. On the other side, there's a young woman who is slightly bowing and kind of has her arms both in the same direction in a introductory, please come in sort of pose. She is dressed in mostly black and white in what is very clearly butler or like servant attire.
making our way into Walpurgis.
Nice. She has a light brown not brigandine overcoat upon the top, which has the royal insignia upon it. I trust
All
that
right.
the other two are coming as well.
I am coming as well.
Sternhoff, perhaps we should leave Slork behind for the time being. I doubt that he would be allowed into a party of this scale.
I share your thoughts as well. And I motion him to the side and kind of just give him a pat.
Poor
he
boy.
he is content and bobbles his head side to side, imagining music.
Let's go.
What a good boy.
You can do no wrong.
He can do no wrong. You take the step through and you find yourself in the midst of what is honestly quite a large amount of bushes. There's a gentle scent of honey and flower in the air, and behind you is a small stone circle, somewhat set vertically in a similar orientation to the portal which you just walked through, from which it contains. Behind it is not quite as far as the eye can see. Eventually you see the return of actual buildings, but for a good perhaps half-mile there is nothing but different gardening in a very large area.
Jeez.
To your left, there is a small stone fountain with different animals spewing water into it. In particular, Rifter, if you would mind rolling me a d20.
Okay. A whole D20.
A whole d20. Of
Boom.
which one of these is this supposed mythical giraffe. And to your right is a small workhouse from which it seems that many of the supplies are to maintain the area. In front of you are a few marble stone pathways that lead forward to a rather ostentatious mansion.
Rifter is he's a little bit astonished by how he's never somehow he's never managed to actually steal from one of these places, because looking out in hindsight, he's like, wow, this they probably have a lot of valuable stuff just in the back of his mind. He doesn't audibly say this, but he's just thinking
Right.
Seeing him, his eyes wander and the intent in his eyes, immediately he's going to do the classic anime, jabs him in the side.
Rifter fucking dies.
Because Rifter has 2 con.
I have no con, thank you very much.
The woman maintains in her bow as she gently lifts it up. Welcome to the premises, good sirs. At the moment, you are a bit early, but not too much. If you would like, you may peruse the general outskirts of the building or head inside, to which some of the other guests have already arrived. Would you like
Thank you.
guidance anywhere, or would you like to roam yourself?
I think we'll be able to handle ourselves for now. We appreciate it.
Aye.
She gives another bow. Very well, please enjoy your stay. And she begins making her way towards the mansion itself.
Where to first, then?
I think for now, we should stick together, but once things fully start is when we'll branch off. For now, I'd say head inside and see who's here. Get the general guest understanding. And, see what the first event they have is, quote unquote.
It, in fact, says so on your documentation, if I recall correctly.
Oh.
This is at least a few of the things.
Well, see what it is more in depth.
Ah, I see.
I think it would also be advantageous just to meet the more powerful elements as a group, just so that we had the chance to maybe talk our way out of a situation.
Of course. Well, onwards then.
Aye.
Onwards to?
The
mansion,
main
probably.
building, I think.
Alright, the main building.
First floor.
First floor of the main building.
Dawn of the first
Hopefully
floor.
this time it's working. Hell yeah, I did manage to get it working. Let's go.
Big.
Let's go.
This is a big building.
Yeah, this is a big building. You step in, you see is the woman is a little bit ahead, just making the corners. She does. A butler at the entrance gives a deep bow. May I take anything from your personage, good sirs?
Did we bring any hats, umbrellas, anything that we need to drop off? He looks around.
Well, I don't think we even really had the chance to bring an umbrella, considering how short the trip was.
Oh, nonetheless. He looks around. I personally do not, thank you though.
Nor I.
I shake my head.
Snacks will be out shortly if you would like.
Thank you.
Darius shortly very shallowly bows and makes his way further in.
I'm humbled, good sir.
So I assume that since your intention is to carouse, you don't want to go in arm in arm.
Should be together, but not
Together.
together. Set up, potentially in pairs if we need to. Those that will know us will know at least you and I together. He points to us too. And those who know us better will know all of us together. We should set ourselves up so that a stray eye might not expect that we're all together, but one that knows us would understand we are.
So in that case, perhaps myself and Vermilion until such time as we're supposed to split. And then you and Schoenhoff, of course.
I like this plan.
For me.
What a grand building.
As you step
Hi.
forward, you see a rug underfoot, which is made from a very fine blue fabric with gold trimming. The walls are currently lined with different heroic figures from Perune's history. In the window to the left is a fantastic stained glass one of a light pink sunset, from which the the mostly still slightly morning sun shines in nicely.
Gorgeous.
They certainly didn't skip on the extravagancy.
Well, this is the third palace, after all. I would be surprised if they had.
And it is an event for the Crown Prince himself.
Which makes me wonder, why the third? Why not The first, I mean, isn't that...
Well, they're likely in use.
Aye. The first is likely in use by His Excellency at the moment.
If I had to guess, the third is likely Zayron's personal.
I suppose that makes more sense.
Or perhaps the second is in a more remote location.
So I guess I'll describe each person as well while we do it, just so that I don't improperly give any notes of importance. Additionally, in the room are 3 people who you would not expect to be here. They are animal folk, of which 2 are lions and 1 is a bit more of a ferret person. Each of them dressed in noble attire, admiring much the same scenery at the moment, the window.
It's always interesting. Nice seeing not just human faces.
Hmm.
Oh God, I love Explorer mode.
Isn't it nice?
Hmm.
I'm glad the new dynamic lighting is finally stable.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It is.
What can I see over here? Like, what is this? I
That
guess?
is
that
a
just
stage with a small amount of decoration behind it, on which 3 performers currently play the diegetic music.
Oh, wow. I think I'm familiar with this setup, actually.
Ah, this must be the main stage.
It would seem so.
Vermilion, they said they would have snacks ready soon. Let's camp out here for a bit and see if we can't get first dibs.
Do you like my snacks?
I know you do.
Oh, you. And I thought that we would get away from children coming here.
It would be hard to get away from ourselves.
Oof.
Spoken perfectly.
Yo, look at the hat on that Dragonborn over there.
You would in fact know that as the Dumb Rev representative, or more specifically the Dragonborn representative of the Empire.
It's the Hatmanborn! And there is him.
Aye.
I want that hat.
Well, unfortunately, much like Executive Paralon's hat, that hat is off limits.
Or you could be a normal human, a normal person, and ask where he got it.
That is another possibility.
A woman carrying a small platter of drinks that appear to be spirits of some kind walks forward and offers them with no words. Additionally, on the side, there are a few starting... I will describe them as cracker-like pastries.
Cracker-like pastries. Okay.
I'll be the first to take something off the platter and take a pastry.
She continues to have her head nodded as she moves to the next.
Lork does the same.
Darius will take one of each as he steps forward and respond with his signature curt bow. Curt fellow bow.
This is the part where Rifta decides, I am being antisocial.
Nah, I walk up and I take one, but I'm gonna steal 2 instead. I'm just gonna take 2 for no reason. I'm just gonna take 2.
You really
just
think
gonna
the
take
servant's gonna say anything to you?
You really
No,
think
I
you're
don't.
not supposed to take 2, even?
No, not even that. Just I'm doing it because I can.
He's just doing it because he can. I was just waiting for the nat 1 so that he just trips and makes her fall.
You rascal, you absolute fiend, stealing an additional one.
You successfully steal an additional pastry, like the mongrel you are.
Nah, dude. Listen, when Rifter sees something he likes, even if he can afford it normally, dude, he just wants to steal it.
Klepto.
True, probably.
Klept.
At the
What is
moment,
annoying-
the individuals on band are a group of halflings, each of which have their own instruments and their own keys in the music which they choose to play. Above, there are a few different groups of people, which I will describe in sequence. On your left is two gentlemen currently playing a game that I would describe as somewhat like Go, if you are familiar.
Yeah.
One of them being much elderly and taking more time, the other one younger and a bit more cocky and loose about it, much more in socializing. To the right are a group of people, namely a Delmer with the absolutely fantastic hat that you have clearly identified, a somewhat older woman who has very pristine hair and is wearing a gold inlaid silver jacket, a drow woman who is wearing the aforementioned blue and gold, and lastly a dark gnome who has gold face paint and is wearing a gentle scarlet robe. The four of them on the right are merely currently socializing, while the two on the left are playing their game.
Vermilion, you would like to socialize at events like these, yes?
he
Would you
gives you
like
a
me-
very cautious look.
Would you like me to make an introduction so you can learn where you might be able to get a hat of similar quality?
You folks don't understand. It's not about no thrill of adventure. He's just curmudgeing to himself. It's not about just the hat, okay? It's about the goal of stealing one's hat. Any man can buy a hat, not any man can steal one.
Not every man can buy a hat, especially if it's of a high enough quality. One might say the opposite. Any man could steal a hat regardless of quality, but not anyone could buy one. It's a sign of
That is very
status.
true.
Let me put it like this. People don't have the skills necessary to steal a hat.
And what about the skills necessary to make a hat to fit non-human heads like that?
Well, I mean, is the maker wearing the hat right now? Last
You
I
don't
checked-
know?
He looks at you with like the level of skepticism, like, are you He walks up. He walks up. Vermilion just like power walks up and he says, "Excuse me, sir. I have question."
They are in the middle of conversation currently talking about a specific kind of design for a proposed idea, at which point it is quickly dropped and the Dragonborn turns on. I'm sorry, sir. Do you speak to me?
Yes, my good man. I apologize. Did you make that perchance? And he points to the hat.
Ah, the hat? No, it was made for me by my clansman.
I then turn around and I look at Darius straight in the eyes.
You misunderstand. The point was not that he made the hat. The point was, you know nothing about it until you ask.
Hey,
And look
these-
at that. I got you to socialize.
And he looks.
It
He
was
pauses, raises a finger, lowers the finger, and he says, "That you did." Or actually, no, that you did. And he returns back.
Oh,
to his shadow.
he's trying to converse with you.
Oh shit! Oh no.
It was an honor given to me for my participation in the war.
I see. Well, I appreciate your service, sir. I ask for that reasons with friend.
If I may make introductions,
He looks over. Ah! He actually stands up out of his chair at this and he walks over. He's just a touch taller than the orc as he moves to shake his
Tragic.
hand.
Lorik returns a handshake.
Good to see you, Lork.
It's good to see you too, Rolas. Rolas, this is a companion of mine, Vermilion. Vermilion, Rolas.
Pleasure.
Vermilion nods and bows. And then he also follows up with likewise to make sure all my noble bullshit whatever the hell niceties are kept in
Yes,
check.
yes. He, after introducing to whoever is introduced to him, he says to Lork, when you are done making your accommodations with everyone else, would you mind joining me until the Highborn arrives?
Not at all. I would be honored.
Thank you. He then
Thank
turns
you.
around and continues their discussions with them about the potential downsides of the teleporter designs.
Oh, so you know
Well,
him?
We all vaguely know each other, at least most of us, back at Gerard Martivir. Rolas is one of the highest-ranking representatives of the clan in external affairs.
Small world.
For that matter, he is the Auspicia Nominus.
Ah, so an equal to you.
Not quite. He is higher ranking than I, but
I don't know.
I'm not going to get into the minutia of our hierarchies.
Nor do I quite care.
After all, this is supposed to be a party.
Behind you, you begin to hear as the younger man kind of goes a tick-tock, old man. Surely you have better things to do than waste away like this.
Damn.
Simply waiting to make your move won't make it any better. Just come on, I'm sure you'll be able to handle it just fine. The old man on the opposite side gives in to none of it and just simply sits there with his arms somewhat crossed, holding up his chin as he leans over. If I were a man to have made haster choices, I might not be the man I am today. I will have none of it.
Yeah, you tell him, old man.
It's almost like that was a design choice. Thank you for picking that up, Lork. Oh my god, let's go! I love it when world building works.
They are the lords of the drip.
True! I mean, have we met an Auspicia who doesn't have drip?
Nope. And we never will.
To be fair, we've only met 2 Auspicia as far as I'm aware.
The table directly in front of
North,
us.
yeah, sorry, I will describe that scene now. In front of them, there's a group of 4 people, 2 of which you are somewhat familiar with, one of which you are very familiar with, and the one immediately in front of you, which you are not. They are currently playing a game that is somewhat similar to cards, like where essentially, as betting goes around, if you want to actually continue changing the hand that you are assembling with their selection of cards, you put in 1 more of the bet to continue the cycle around until you become locked into the hand by stopping betting. So you can continue improving should you continue putting money in until not everyone has agreed to continue improving. As they continue doing that, you see as Arthur at the top ends up winning that particular hand before the man immediately in front of you. Not like a baby or anything, but gives a slight pound on the table. I really thought I had that one. Well played. And then I assume are you attempting to interact with them in some way?
I don't know yet.
At the moment, he's mostly just observing around, seeing what the mood is around. And of course, the far north table is them.
Them TM.
Them TM.
As you kind of look up there, you see as he begins to get up out from his chair as he notices you and kind of gives, not wide open arms, but a bit of a greeting rise. He whispers something to the woman next to him before heading out.
Looking back behind, red incoming.
He's not rushing or anything. He is walking at a
Yeah.
what
No,
would
he's
almost be considered a slow pace.
he's just letting them know that what's his nuts is coming.
I'm gonna try to just, stay out of eyesight.
Darius is going to like meet halfway, roughly, or like go up to.
Would you mind giving me a perception check real quick, Rifter?
Okay.
And I guess Shunhoff as well.
Perception, you said?
Yeah.
23.
So each of you hear just barely through the crowded bits of the room as he's here. He says, "Pardon me, Jessica," as he makes his way past. It's good to see that you've taken me up on my offer. I'm glad to have you here.
Well, we're glad to have had the offer in the first place.
Don't know if I would have been here without you. The man immediately next to him and says, "What, you'd have quit out on your own betrothal? Just because of another man? Oh my. That'll make it in the papers."
Quite a grandiose setting. Would expect nothing less from you.
He kind of looks around, taking it in a little bit as well. I'd have it differently, but as much as it isn't about me. But nonetheless, enjoy yourself if you can.
As much as we're able. He says with a smile.
Would you like to perhaps join any of us for a game? I was thinking about hopping in myself.
Well, if you are, then I'm happy to oblige. I'd be happy to oblige, excuse me.
He moves his way around and takes a seat.
And such, so does Darius.
Seeing the rest of the party kind of dispersing off into their own activities, Lork is going to join the conversation with Rolas.
At the moment, Darius, the bets are fairly cheap. It's 5 copper a game. They're just playing for the fun of it without making it pointlessly cheap. Because like if you play it without money, it's kind of pointless to play. But
Yeah, since it's a buy-based game, investment and whatnot.
right. Also, when you said pay to win, it's not like it's more like betting, where like you're essentially just making sure you understand. Right.
Diablo Immortal loot box.
When as long as everyone's willing to keep saying I think my hand can be better and I can beat people with it, the pot's going to get more and more expensive until somebody says, "All right, I think my hand's better no matter what," and they essentially call out on it.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Does that mean that somebody who thinks that they have a terrible hand can just immediately stop the betting and saying I think I have a hand that beats everybody,
Right.
and then not have a hand that beats everybody?
So
and then...
here's the thing: it's not that like betting stops; it's that you don't get to continue changing your hands each round.
Okay.
So like So essentially, the more money you put in, yes, the more likely you are to win, but then you're also proportionally having more of a chance to lose and losing more should someone else win.
Mhm.
So a lot of the times, yeah, most of the time you say this is just a horrible hand, and you just stop it immediately without losing any more than like the 5 copper you have to start with, you know.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
Anyway, Struenhof, Rifter. What is?
I'm examining the game between Darius and Seiron, and I guess these other nobles, but I don't care as much about them. I'm gonna
They're just
see.
north of Ulstrom, as I recall.
Wait, what?
At far north table.
Wait a
It's
minute!
open.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that guy. Holy shit!
Got him.
Okay, in that case, I don't do that because I am in way too hot water with that. I realize who I'm sitting across, and I just sit down at this table and I try to overhear what Lorik's talking about.
At the moment, I assume Lorik's mostly just overhearing the situation. Is each of them have introduced themselves, but they will gladly do so again. 3 of them are speakers of their representative races, and the woman is here as a elder magician for some parts of the event. Somewhat as a performer, but also well enough in company to be considered a guest as well.
Okay, well their profile picture looks interesting, so we gotta scooch all over there and listen to what they have to say about being a performer and shit.
So
I'm pretty sure she's the one on the left.
yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw that and I thought that was a guy. I'm not gonna
Got
lie.
him.
I thought that was a femboy.
Got him. Cope. Struenhof, let me go ahead and just make 2 rolls real quick. Alright, as expected, the younger man continues to put up a good offensive pressure and offensively burns Mr. Elder Man across from him out of resources. Once again, you astound me, lad. And he turns over to Struenhof. Care to take my place, son? Golden is dead.
No big surprise.
No big surprise. Guess I'll have to lose another one then. Another? Another, good sir. You know I live for games. And they reset the board and continue to do so.
Golden did say BRB.
Yeah. Oh, he did? Damn, he did. Fuck.
Hate to see it.
You're playing the game, everything seems just about normal while you're, playing the game,
Playing the
Mr.
game.
Dorius.
Mm-hmm. Any banter going across the table at all?
A moderate amount. Mostly it's, between the people at the bottom, or it's, the jester guy taking the piss out of Seiron.
Lol.
In particular, almost insulting him for bad moves, which, depending on how you choose to interpret it, could be against the spirit of the game.
Mm.
Yeah, but he smells bad, so
So that's worth it.
Seiron do be smelling bad.
Would you mind giving me a performance real quick?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wow.
Alright, not the worst. You end up going just a little bit over even. Rifter, at the times in between when you're paying attention to most of the other group, you end up taking a peek over at the card game, and you think it would be a little difficult to do any sleight of hand, given that the tiles are kind of
yeah,
almost
I didn't try it.
ceramic-y, but you think you could also potentially do so if you needed to.
If I wanted to.
Yeah.
I debate about it, but Darius is playing.
I mean,
Now,
it's mahjong, but like you're only trying to form the best set of 3 that you can according to specific rules.
I mean, I get that.
I'm just letting it work now.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
At the moment, there are just I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but there have been a few people just kind of casually making their way in as the area begins to get more properly filled up.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Are there any discussions you would like to attempt to do, or?
We've met Arthur, right? We've
Yes.
met him before, and like, okay.
In fact, you ghosted him.
I what?
You guys ghosted him when you said, "Hey, we should meet up after this," and he said that would be great. And then you guys had a plan, and then you just left.
It was after the what?
We didn't go. We did send something back to tell him. To be fair,
Okay.
Well,
You
yeah. What was it after? I
soft
don't remember
ghosted him.
exactly.
we didn't ghost him. We can't.
It was after the play, as I recall.
Mhm.
We bailed on him. There is
Yes,
a
yes,
difference.
We had a reason, right? I don't remember what the
yes,
reason
yeah,
was.
we did.
Didn't we have to flee the city or something like that?
I just didn't
Yes.
feel like it.
What did we have to flee the city from? I don't remember.
Some shit. I don't remember exactly.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Yeah, I know, right?
The bottom right noble. Is it a noble? I'm assuming it's a noble.
Bottom
Or
right
some
of
noble.
what?
The table I'm at.
The bottom right, that is one of the sister knights.
Yeah, I couldn't determine if it was one of the sister knights, like one of the
It
guards.
is specifically the one that gave you the flirt.
Ah, I see.
Flirt.jpg.
Flirt.jpg. Then he's just going to strike up casual conversation. He's going to start with Arthur and say, "It's actually wonderful to see you again."
Likewise, I remember Vitrion, but not the first name. Sorry, would you mind?
Darius,
Ah, good to see you again.
terribly sorry about our lack of meetup afterwards. We had something come up immediately, and it was...
No matter your shame, I'm sure it's no greater than the unfortunate situation we find ourselves in right now. But that's all the while we're trying to escape from right now, isn't it?
Indeed. So, how have you been performing recently? How's I've only recently arrived. What's your record?
My
On the
ver-
game he's
yeah,
playing, too?
he's a little bit confused for a moment, and then he says, "Ah, in the game. I'm very passive about it. I'll put it that way. In other terms, you could say I'm losing a lot, if you wanted to be so inclined. But I'm sure that with you here, we can change that."
Two of our powers combined, we can make influence.
Anyone
He
else?
looks-
Sorry.
Sorry, he was going to look to each and say, "Both of you I've met," as he gestures towards the two sisters, "but I do not believe I got either of your names. And you," as he points to the other side, "I do not believe we have met before. I'm Darius Vitrion."
Both of the women, a pleasure. The one at the south, Brilliance, and the one above, Jessica.
The first one, what was their name?
Brilliance.
Brilliance. Okay. Lovely names. And you, good sir?
Bacolia.
Can you type that?
Bacolia.
Okay. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Bacolia.
One of the twin counts of Cairo. Pleasure.
I wish there was a Lorik here to help me.
Lorik!
Lorik, help me! Can I do any sort of history or general knowledge check to know who that is or what that would be? I don't know if I would know.
You know the city of Cairo. He's the
And
count.
he said one of the dual
He's one of the dual counts of Cairo.
counts. Okay, I think you said council of.
Hmm.
Dual counts of Cairo.
So, since you're back now, Golden, essentially the younger man on the right ends up keeping up enough pressure over the course of the game to force the elder to the left to inevitably concede. You've done it again, lad, before turning to you. Would you mind taking my place, son? I'm getting a bit sore and losing so many times.
Sure, but I can't say I've played before. Would you mind giving me a quick rundown?
Well, I'm in much the same boat, but I'll tell you what little I've learned. And he kind of moves out of the way and gives you a basic rundown on the 3 moves that your pieces can make, essentially moving forward, moving backwards, and attacking. And the basic, like, actions commensurate with each. And then it's just a matter of rolling the dice to see which of the 2 of you goes first. Best of luck.
Well, let's get into this, shall we?
Oh, sorry. My name, I am Kotan. I'm one of the diplomats of the king. Pleasure.
Brunhoff. The pleasure is mine.
And this, the one who is so unceremoniously whipping my presence at this game, is Eric. He is currently a traveler between courts, and he has happened to make the befriendance of the Emperor's son himself. And quite the card shark, if I do say so myself. He gives the man across from you gives a simple nod without explaining or giving it or really saying much of anything.
I returned the nod in similar fashion.
So are you gaming?
How does he do?
I mean, he better roll if he wants to find out. I was thinking we'd do that in a bit. After another hand, Darius, the man next to you, bows out as another person has arrived, and they begin speaking before they move up. A pleasure. Thanks for giving me your money, as he says to the general group before he moves out.
Darius returns a chuckle and then turns his eyes back to the game.
As might be expected, Sir Seiron ends up playing it rather aggressively. Some could say perhaps a little bit loose, but others could also say without giving you much breathing room. Always keeping you second guessing. Very much in character for what you would expect of him.
Very hectic. Chaotic, one might say.
One might say. Lork, Rifter?
I'm still trying to absorb that. Wait, where the fuck did Rifter go?
He's right down there.
He's become so good
Oh,
at standing
there he
so
is.
perfectly still. He's become invisible to the naked eye.
Oh yeah, he's just draxing you like.
Someone's gonna sit on him. He's so small.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Rifter?
Dude, maybe.
Got
I
him.
don't know. I've never been sat on. He is, at least Rifter on my end, is trying to make niceties and get people to talk to him, but not necessarily talk himself. Like
you
he'll
mi-
just ask people questions like, "Oh, and how did that go for you?" Like getting people's like backstories and shit.
You get a decent amount of that. Would you mind go ahead and rolling me a persuasion real quick?
Okay.
Lorik, Loras says over to you in the midst of the conversation. That's our call.
Yes. All right then. Lork follows.
You make your commensurate greetings with Executor Gilus and a person who you are not familiar with, but is clad in somewhat fanciful fabrics with multiple different medals pinning their chest. He steps forward.
I do so.
Greetings, good sir. You are?
I'm Nominous Lork. And you?
I am...
He is.
My God, the legends were true.
I hate it when when I'm there like I'm going to swallow and then my mouth's like actually you're talking right now.
I am going to swallow. Yeah, that's a sentence you say a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You'd know.
Oh, true. I do know. Ooh, ooh. Okay, I'm sorry.
Like I said, Sunday nights. Jonah, right arm of the king.
A pleasure to meet you. And Lork offers his hand in a handshake.
It is exceptionally firm. It is despite being a man who looks like he's much more the admiral or general type, which he is, he's nonetheless lacking in his physical stature.
Lork does not yield.
A man after my own heart.
Hmm.
And he takes a seat at the table. Yeah, it's a good one. With that decently good enough persuasion, you get the general idea that for the most part, this is a table which are, I won't say the lowest representation of people here, but most of these are representatives of their respective group of people, and not necessarily actually friends of Seiron or the Emperor themselves. They are more business acquaintances. People who are simply a part of the royal court. Sorry, are you here, Rifter? No!
I'm sorry, I was away from my my mic, but yeah, I've been listening in. What's up?
Alright, gotcha. So if you heard that, then that's just what you learn about the people
okay,
who are
I'm
actually...
sorry. Yeah, so the representatives, not necessarily actually friends, just people who they have.
Oh, they're
some sort
friends with each other entirely, but they're
yeah,
like...
no. I'm sorry. I mean, like, not necessarily friends with Seiron and the royal family. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
They are the business group. They are representatives of their given races.
Okay, so the representatives, I guess I want to ask more about like what they do, I guess. Like when you say the representatives, do you mean like they represent other factions that are primarily consistent of those races, like the Delmarevs for Dragonborn per se?
You end up actually give me a deception.
A deception, okay. We're lying today, boys.
No, you're not lying, you're just simply trying to lead them in a way without directly asking that question. 17s today, alright. Essentially you managed to try to steer the conversation in a way that you get that information without having to directly ask for it. And you learn that for the most part, they are essentially here as representatives of the kings and or queen from the specific race of people that they represent, and they are here to give their specific advice on certain royal policies and give counter arguments given how it would, or like embrace it or support it or reject it based on how it would affect their specific race.
Oh, so each race, all of these races have different, like, separate origin, I guess, or monarchies. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I thought we were the biggest and bestest in the land.
I mean, this is
Shit.
that's why it's the empire. It's all the different kingdoms within it.
Oh, I see. Kind of like Elder Scrolls. Okay. Makes
Yeah, a
sense,
little
makes
bit.
sense.
Yeah. Very much like that. And so,
Alright.
yeah, they're each chosen by their specific they are representatives of their group of people to help steer policy in ways that are favorable to them, or at least that's the idea.
Can
And
I
as a
get
result, if it's kind of a litmus test of which races are allowed to have legal representation within the empire as a result.
Oh, shit.
Because
Okay, wow.
Because like basically
Yeah.
only like elves, dwarves, gnomes, I already said dwarfs. Sorry, elves, dwarves, gnomes, drow, Delmarev humans are pretty much the only ones that like have representation, and they're the only ones who have specific racial like representatives.
I see. Can I get an insight check on them? I kind of want to see if how brainwashed are they to like doing thing. How politician are they? I guess is the question. Do they give a fuck, or are they more?
You can
like,
go ahead and
just-
give an insight for it.
Yeah. 23.
Alright, for the most part, they seem to take their jobs fairly seriously and actually trying to make sure that they contest it as they talk about a few of the times where they've had disagreements. The only one that kind of doesn't is the one named Erudai, who is the elf representative, and
Of course.
they are a little bit ditzy, let's say.
Oh, they weren't exactly fully qualified, were they?
Alright.
I see.
The southernmost man, Kadon, the dwarf diplomat, in particular, is very well known in the group for making sure to hold to his points and always point out the problems in any given plan, almost to the detriment of getting anything done.
Wow. Okay, well, he sure does sound like a fun old time, doesn't he? Okay. I think I've learned what I've wanted to learn. I recede my spotlight to somebody else who wants it.
I'm interested in what's going on with Lork and executors and whatnot.
Give me
Same, actually.
just a moment, and I will be sure to continue that. Alright, the kitty cat has foodies. All is good.
As is good.
By the way, I don't know if you heard, Lorik, you're up. We have elected to put the spotlight on you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was supposed to start the talk.
No. I just
no,
wanted
just-
to.
just
I think
heads
we
up
were
in
waiting
case.
on JC.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. We were
okay.
waiting for me to get back from the aforementioned kitty's foodies.
Yeah.
I see,
So-
I see.
Just wanted to keep you on the up and up.
Thank you.
Also, a little bit of, God, what's it called? What's it called when you're using information from outside the game?
Metagaming?
Metagaming?
Yeah. A little bit of metagaming for you there, Lork. The secret answer is that they haven't.
Ah, that's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Or completely fuck us over. Who
Or
knows?
completely fuck us over. Who knows? Generally, you get the idea that of the people to be here, while Rolos is, I'll say, in his element, given that he is the Delmarev representative specifically, and that Jonah is someone who is well familiar with many of the people here, Jalis is a little bit outside of his comfort zone and is not speaking very much at all. He is essentially in a only when spoken to sort of situation right now, which is almost a little bit meek and very much outside of your perception of him.
Jealous is the triumphist, right?
Yes, he is.
But that also means that back in the day, he was Merrivax's nominus.
Yep.
Holy shit. I wonder if that's why he's specifically here then.
Who
Like,
knows?
him specifically instead of any of the other executors.
Go ahead and give
I
them the
can believe
quick.
it.
Go ahead and give them the super quick deep dive on that.
How the fuck do I even,
So there's that highborn guy, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
he's real important. And when they pick a new one, whoever his nominate, he's essentially counted as dead for the purpose of the specific
succession.
of the specific group that of the clan that he was leading, and so his nominus takes his place. You can't be both a executor and the highborn.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Sorry, I am not good with explanations like that.
So good.
Which, a few more things pay out. Darius, don't mind giving me a performance real quick, and Mr. Schoenhoff, give me a performance.
You
or
got it,
another
bud.
one if you guys so choose to cheat. Also, you can do performance with intelligence, if you would like.
I sure do love my 3.
You get a little bit of witty banter from the man across from you. No, please take your time. At least you're still much faster than... He barely
guy.
manages to say it. At least you're much faster than Koton. He then kind of leans in a bit. That being said... Wait, he said BRB again. Fuck! Bitch!
I mean, he did say that he was going to be on and off.
I know. It's just that I wasn't prepared. I'm not paying attention to that, so I'm like, making mistakes. That's what I'm bitching at.
Yeah, no worries.
Unlucky. If you need content, then I will move from here, and I'm going to try to cheat my way into winning money.
Fantastic choice. Way to open it. So,
Way to
Darius, you see as Rifter comes forward and he pulls the chair out and says,
I play game.
Well, he's going to open his mouth for a second, kind of look at you up and down, like hold his breath for a second, and just kind of look at you like a "don't get caught."
Okay, God. He gives you a wink. Not that. Hoping a wink disguised as a blink. And he's
So you
just
blink
gonna...
at me.
Yeah, I blink at you.
A double wink.
And
the
I will
woman
go
next to you
ahead.
says, I'll take that as a sign that I'm probably going to cut my losses there. And she looks to everyone. It was a blast playing with all of you, and she lastly looks at you and gives you a bit of a nod, Darius, before she moves away.
Darius returns the nod and looks around. All right, then.
She talks to one of the other people who quickly takes her place.
Welcome to the table, miss.
She gives you no response, but simply measures you with her eyes.
He simply returns with his smile TM.
The games continue. You will be allowed to do your cheating in a moment. Mr. Schoenhoff,
Yeah.
would you mind making me a performance with intelligence?
Just both the rolls? Or
Just,
Click
do you have
performance.
proficiency in performance?
no?
Then just in intelligence. Alright, that's actually one that you might be able to do. Find out. Nope. He
Cool.
beats you anyway. He rolled a 19, so F. It's
F.
he's very cocky about it at the beginning, and he does a few things, and then you end up making a move that is very good, and he actually stops and he assumes the gamer position where he actually like leans forward in the chair and starts actually analyzing the board as he makes his move, and eventually he claims a victory, but it's a very well fought one, and he thanks you for having played exceptionally well. He hasn't had to play like that for a while.
We're not doing combat, so I'm gonna waste a sorcery point to reroll.
You're re-rolling a 16?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Fuck. What's his modifier? Okay, that's a tie. You guys deadlock. Holy fuck. even more. He just eventually gets up. He walks over to you and shakes your hand vigorously. He didn't even know that you could tie, and that was a fantastic game.
I didn't even know you could die.
You just get to the point where both of you have a single piece and neither of them can move forward because they are blocked by the other.
I returned the handshake in similar fashion to his.
You end up talking and socializing a little bit. You get the idea that he's essentially, I won't say minstrel because that's a little bit of the wrong word, but he's a traveling courtsman who essentially goes to different places and different houses around the realm, and he himself is a little bit of the entertainment from all of the different things he knows. He's been a lot of places, and then that's it. That's him be a lot of places, which often means being very good at games. Now, surely, if I paid attention from the start, you wouldn't be able to do that again, would you?
Would you like to find out?
That I would. And you guys set the pieces back up. Epic in bed would fail. Alright. Darius, which method would you like to use to attempt to play well in this game? Or is Darius gone as well? Man, people are hopping out a lot.
Sorry, I had my microphone muted and I didn't realize.
No worries, no worries.
He's going to just normal. He's not going to cheat. He's just going to play the game.
Gotcha.
He's going to try. He's going to try hard. And
Do you want to
he's
do it
going
as an
to-
insight, essentially?
I mean, this is my highest modifier that isn't persuasion or deception.
Okay. Rifter.
I would definitely like to cheat. Sleight of hand?
You can try.
Alright, sleight of hand, let's go.
Alright.
No way. Alright, cool.
You're a little bit suspicious at the start because as you're getting used to the tiles, they kind of clack a little bit when you try to, like, kind of essentially grab two when you're pulling instead of grabbing one. And you get a little bit better at that, such that you're pulling multiple tiles when you're drawing, which basically doubles the chances of assembling a good hand. Actually, it more than doubles it. You find out very quickly, though, it's much harder to get rid of only one tile, because you kind of have to get rid of one tile, and it's a lot harder to cover up two during that. So you're essentially holding on to a few of the tiles in one of your pockets until like everybody has to shuffle and you try putting them in there, and it ends up working out decently well.
Okay.
And last one. You end up taking a good, decent, like 40% of the hands over the course of the game. Darius, you end up taking about 30%. So the two of you are making about 70% of the hands.
Cool.
So So what you're saying is I'm almost keeping up with him while he's cheating.
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, almost as in he's still doing 33% better, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just kind of very I treat it as if I'm like Forrest Gump in Forrest Gump. Yeah, I guess in the army where he's like I just play the game, you know? Like I'm just that good.
Yeah, what's up with that?
He just absentmindedly puts a thumbs up like every time he wins, like yay, very like childlike.
Every time you do, Seiron gives you a bit of the special glare look, where it's not like an upset glare, but it's just like a bit of almost a reverse wink, where his eye gets a little bit bigger at you. There are a few of the times you do it.
So what you're saying is that he Dwayne the Rock Johnson eyebrow raiser.
He does the smolder.
A little bit. You could say that.
I do not perceive. I block him on main. He cannot ruin this for me. Money is money.
All right. So that just means additionally every time that you're drawing, not only do you have to worry about the hand of actually like grabbing two tiles, you also have to worry about pressing forward at just the right time to block him.
You know what? I'm many things. Smart, maybe not one of them, but dexterous, able to juggle that, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I can do that.
Fantastic.
You know, the funny part is that with the smart thing, dexterous. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Darius, you can go ahead and add 3 silver. Rifter, you can go ahead and add 6.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
I've been waiting for finally got money.
Yeah, that doesn't even compensate me for the suit, but let's go.
Let's go.
Stonks.
Immediately, the aura of the air changes for just a brief moment. Most of you feel uncomfortable for just about a second, and then it passes.
Is there a way for any of us to identify what that might be?
You can
I'd like-
try, but mostly Lorik, I'd like you to give me a roll.
What kind?
A roll. Flat roll.
Okay, I will roll a d20.
I mean, sorry, I guess if everyone's rolling, you should get advantage because you were supposed to be the only one, but
Is it perception?
got him.
God hates me.
Hey, it's better.
Everyone else?
What stat am I rolling?
You're just rolling.
I'm just rolling.
Nice.
Perfectly balanced, as all 10s should be.
It feels a little bit like something one of your old group mates. God, what was the term you used for them?
Crewmates?
Crewmates, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
It feels a little bit like something one of your old crewmates ended up describing once when they were going through one of the places. But ultimately, it's a completely foreign feeling to almost all of you. It's just I won't call it a presence of evil or anything like that. It's more so just there's a moment of awe that you can't identify why you're awing at something. Almost a moment of surprise.
If I had to guess, it's likely the Highborn, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
99% sure.
Vermilion maintains his composure, but he looks around, like, his eyes are a little bit wider, but other than that, you wouldn't be able to tell that anything's up. And he looks around at the rest of his compatriots, and as well as the members of the party, people who are at the party, to see if he's the only one.
For a brief moment, most of the conversations stop. It's like there's about a half second where people just stop speaking, and then people get back to what they were doing.
Are you all alright?
See.
What happened? As he's mostly focusing on Rifter when he asks that.
Bad feeling. No need to worry. I suspect it will be all good. He kind of sucks in air a little bit, like after he says that, and kind of gives Darius a look.
He kind of stares back for a moment in like a sort of acknowledgement, and then looks back down at his tiles.
At this point,
Not
actually,
thinking his expression or anything, just very subtle. I don't know if Rifter would be able to understand them, but
he reads you. Actually, this actually sounds like a good Dean Kamen, a good segue to leave. I am like, I feel bad. I need to take care of myself. Good playing with you all, and I will return back to my table because I'm feeling a little oogie.
a little stinky.
A little stinky.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Stinky. Anyway, before we derail too hard.
Yeah. I'm
After-
gonna look around.
After
Oh,
a
go ahead.
good 3 or 4 more minutes, eventually your scouting pays off as you begin to see at the bottom right what very much matches the description of the Highborn. However, despite them physically matching it, the attitude at which they carry themselves is uncharacteristic of what you would have heard or most people believe. I won't use the term weak, but I will say that he is moving somewhat slow. He's probably only moving at about like 6-7 feet per turn or whatever, so about like a foot or so a second. He's very slowly just making his way along with Parolin quickly in tow.
Does it look like he's doing this out of old age? Like he's hobbling, or is that? Can we detect any sort of sign as to why it is that he's acting so slow?
No, he wouldn't be old.
You can't. It's not like he's. Sorry, it's not that he's old, but it does look a little bit similar to that. It kind like I'm describing out of character. It's a little bit like that kind of almost hobble, or that kind of slowed, that kind of almost burdened. A little bit.
Yeah, okay. He looks like his body is a lot to move. Understood.
Alright. So it's a little bit of a weakness where it's like that, but it also has a little bit of a strength of it's almost like he's having to force himself to move every step.
Like he's carrying something really heavy.
Right.
Like he's a buff dude, but he's carrying 50 tons. You know, he's gotta be a little slow.
Right.
Okay, makes sense.
Lorik, I won't even have to make you roll for it. It's just a choice of if you want to or not. The other people at your table kind of stand up as he approaches.
Lorik immediately shoots up.
All right. I assume all of you, like as soon as he gets within the appropriate distance, all of you just immediately step up.
Yeah.
He gives no words, but Parolin does, in fact, greet each of you and is glad you were making it, and then moves specifically to you. What a pleasant surprise.
I was pleasantly surprised as well.
He moves by and you have a specific sending of, let's hope for all of our sakes, that if you're right, things don't go wrong.
Lorik just returns with an eye. Because really, he can't think of anything else to say at the moment.
Right. With that, the entire cast of people we have is here, but there's just a little bit more time until the first festivities begin to commence. Does anyone have anything else?
I think Rifter is going to be uncharacteristically brave, and he's going to try to overhear the Highborn and Parolin. Not necessarily like, try to get within earshot of them, like right in between here, just
Right.
like right by Darius and Arthur. pretending as if he's like looking at their game and seeing how they're doing, but he's really trying his best to figure out what kind of being the High One is.
Darius occasionally will look back and after a round might have ended, explained like look at him and like in an attempt to cover what he's doing because he knows Rifter doesn't care. He's doing something else. Attempt to cover whatever Rifter's doing, give it an air of legitimacy.
Right,
kind
got
of
it,
like,
got
I
it.
was thinking about doing this at this point, but instead it ended up that he
Vermilion will tack on to this and occasionally ask him questions like, "Why do that?" Like try to like learn his as if Vermilion's trying to learn how to play the game.
He just got really lucky, really. That's obviously the play.
Beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. He's not smart.
There is essentially no conversation there. There's a little bit between Perilyn and the other members at the table, but the Highborn does not speak a single word.
Oh Jesus! Oh, he's a stone motherfucker. Okay.
I mean, when you got to carry around those balls all day, you gotta be tired.
True. With those balls, yeah, bro, you gotta be stone cold.
What have I unleashed on the world?
Would you mind giving me a perception real quick?
Oh, who?
Mr. Rifter.
Sure. I love perception. In fact, it's one of my favorites. Perception.
Alright. I'm going to be racist for a moment. It's a little bit difficult for most other races to figure out like actually what's up with Dragonborn's eyes most of the time. It's not like they're particularly well visible compared to some of the others, but most of the time that he is here, his head is ever so slightly bowed down and his eyes are mostly closed, almost as if he is very tired. Got him. Also, Lork, I believe you've only seen the Highborn once, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's probably when you became a knight?
Yeah, probably when I actually swore my oath.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this guy is like turbo tired from how much bullshit he has to put up with. All right, I see how it is. Whatever bullshit that may be, whether it be magical or just leading the people or whatever. So, okay.
Does anyone have anything else that they would like to do while we are in this fairly neutral carousing state?
Not at all, but I would potentially like to get a drink real quick if that's all right with you guys.
I think now is a good time to take a quick break. We shall take a break.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
We will be back. Hello, hello! Welcome back, everyone.
Even in death, I serve the Omnissiah. Wait,
That's
wrong franchise.
No. I mean, if you really think about it, maybe the Highborn is the Omnissiah.
That sounds like heresy.
You sound like heresy.
Yeah, he has way too much flesh.
Fucking heretic.
No. Just be like me and be the based man who believes that the Emperor of Mankind is simply the body of the Omnissiah.
My ancestors are smiling upon me, Imperial. Can you say the same?
Can you say the
That's
same?
all I'm saying.
Mm.
Shout out to that crab who got decapitated for the meme. Very brave. Shall we?
Yeah.
Take us away.
The party has a few more moments of peace before it begins. Not that you would know. Are there any final closing actions you would like to perform in this general generic carousing?
I don't think so.
I would like to sneak a note. Wait, actually, does Arthur or his sister have anything on? Have any pockets or anything that they would have on them?
He has pockets. She does not.
Okay.
He is currently wearing an overcoat. A fairly stylish black and brown. I guess it's more of a dark blue and brown.
Hmm. Actually, I abort this plan. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Alright, your plan's great, except that it's a stupid plan. Rifter to Rifter.
Exactly.
I take it that means everyone is content then?
I don't think Gloric really has anything that he can say at this point because being in the presence of Highborn is kind of intimidating. Not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah.
Especially being literally 10 feet away from him.
You are the closest person in the room.
Yeah.
Alright, then I guess the last thing to do is, Mr. Schoenhoff, give us your int roll for how well you do in the second game, and Darius, go and give me your final thing on the final hand.
I've made a grave miscalculation.
It's not a... are you re-rolling it?
Yeah,
Okay, he's re-rolling it.
with my sorcery point. Nothing
Wow,
has changed.
nothing has changed. Fate has... Despite that, it's not as much of a beating as you would expect. You both end up you're both essentially playing like dumbasses because both of you are overcompensating for the other person, so you're both playing poorly as a result. However, he does eventually get the upper hand.
Amazing.
Essentially, both of you are doing things where it's like you're attempting to do a stupid move to get the other person to do a stupid action, but then both of you do it and you realize that they're both stupid moves. Darius, on the other hand, takes a sweeping 3 rounds in a row. You are getting quite good at completing your hands before other people and properly forcing other people into putting as much on the table as they would be comfortable with.
Wonderful.
With that, Sayron looks around and says, well, seems like everyone's here, so enjoy. And he begins to head out back to their table. And this, you begin to assemble for another hand when Emperor Cadwin stands up and begins to give a fairly brief but nonetheless rousing speech. He details the tragedy at which the Empire currently fills and how it is a beacon in the dark that even in these tumultuous times when the very fate of our continued survival together is ever so perilous, that life itself will spring forth nonetheless, and that he's honored to be the father of the newly betrothed. And with that, the food begins being brought out and is being laid across all of the tables except for the one with games, which are currently being moved and stowed away before the food is placed. I.e., probably not good time to be at that central game table. Oh.
Actually, I just realized, are there reserved seats or is it just first come, first serve?
There are not reserved seats, however, there are sort of sections to where most people would be, I won't say allowed to sit, but you're kind of you're getting the idea that different people should sit at different sections based on their social standing.
I see. Okay, I'll just sit with my group then.
Essentially, this group is the one that, yeah, pretty much fits for you. This is essentially the Friends of Sauron group, or at least Friends of the Betrothed.
Friends of Sauron.
If
The
such a
lucky
thing even exists.
So I guess same to what I did to the other table. I'm going to go ahead and try to figure out what everyone's deal is at this table. I wanna, same thing before. Ask them questions. Learn their backstories. Forget about me. Tell me about you.
Alright, go ahead and give me it. Deception. See if you can lead the conversation there without being sus and being like, so what's your deal?
Among Us.
Alright.
17.
Pick two of them.
Okay. I would like to know more about Mustache Man and the gentleman next to me.
Alright. The gentleman next to you ends up revealing that he is essentially, technically he's a count, but by rule he's not entirely a royal because it's not overpopulation. He's the Count of Opcester, a magical, essentially, you'll have heard it before, so he doesn't describe it this way, but it's a magical fishing village essentially in the very far north of Soju. Sorry, in the very far north of Tarnosia. It's one of the most northerly places. It's very well known among specifically people who are trying to get away from much of the city and actually become in tune with many of the elemental magics of the world.
Oh, so he's kind of like a druid / sorcerer.
Right. Think druid noble.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, well he's cool. I like him. I actually go ahead and I randomly slip in have you ever heard of a lady named Arabella once? I met a druid once. Her name Arabella.
That's I can't say that I have. Was she a turtle? There's quite a few of them around, but no.
I can't remember. So long ago. Forgive me. And I basically moved back to my previous line of questioning, or my previous MO, I guess.
Also, would you mind making me a history real quick?
Oh, sure. Okay. Oh, I have such a bad history.
Good enough, good enough. As when he says Opcester, it takes a moment for you to remember that you've heard it before, but you eventually remember that Decius and August are from Opcester.
Ah, okay. Makes more sense.
They're
now.
from up there in the big, snowy, northern, elementally wastes.
Oh. Damn, I can't believe Cowabunga Man was in the ice region.
I know, right? Why do you think he left so quick?
I mean, that's fair. I wouldn't want to be a turtle in snow weather either. But yeah. In that case, what do I learn about Mustache Man?
Mustache Man is essentially he is brother. His name is Sir Ahon. He is brother to Edgar, who is the one next to him, and he has been at least acquaintance of Sauron for a good long time, basically since they were much younger children getting up to mischief. He ends up sharing a interesting, if a bit inappropriate, story about one of the times that they pulled a prank on one of the headmasters at one of the academies by going into their room and doing a little bit of magic tomfoolery so that essentially the things looked like other things and getting them in trouble that way. And it was a bit of jolly good fun. He's a bit of a rascal, but also not much of a person to actually have made their own worth. They're very much coasting off of their family's wealth. Very much a man without a purpose, but still enjoying their life.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask him. Would I know his family name?
No.
Like his? Okay. in that
Sorry,
case-
he tells you it, but it is not a big family.
Yeah. No, you got the spirit of the question.
Right.
Like, preemptively, would I have known it? But yeah, what is his family name though?
Hold on. I don't have it on this tab. I need to pull up the other one.
Dude, I have new targets to find.
Got him. Come on, you can do it. Where is it? Put a pin in it.
So continue.
Hold
Just
on.
you'll get me their name later.
All right, got it. Here you go.
Okay. Could you? Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Crossguard. Okay, cool. I like their name. It's a cool name. So Aaron Crossguard. That's his name. Aaron Crossguard and his brother Edgar.
Edgar to the south is much more closed-lipped and kind of tries to make Ahon tighten up a little bit as he starts getting to some of those raunchier stories, and he feels very much more like he's someone who's actually in a little bit more control of his own destiny, but he's also reining in Ahon a lot. He holds it as his own responsibility and is trying to make his way more as what you would expect as a proper noble, and kind of trying to fulfill the shoes of the house name.
I see. And such is the role of an older brother. I am going to. I think the line I'm going to go with is I'm going to try to get to be friends with this guy. I'm going to offer him drinks. And I want to talk to him all about his younger years with Sauron. What was the prince like? And I would like to be known that there is a noticeable if somebody's paying attention, but not too crazy noticeable. Twitch in me. I'm having to use a lot more forced words that I don't necessarily have for this voice, and it's putting a bit of a strain on it.
Not too many people notice early on, but after a fair bit more conversation and starts to get a little bit heavier, he, being a little bit of a rascal, he says, don't worry, not everyone's a heavyweight. It happens to the best of us.
Darius is going to get up, pat a shoulder, and say, maybe ease up on the drinks a little bit, old friend. Seeing that he's got this table on lock for socialization, he's actually going to make his way over to this table.
So, is there any specific info you want, or do you just want good generic flavor on ye young prince?
He wants to know what he's like, but also what he cared about specifically. What were his interests? What's your history? To give you an idea of what Rifter's looking for, Rifter is looking to know A, what happened to him, and B, if he has anything he cares about.
Alright, so On A, you know what? I'll start with B because it directly influences A. First of all, he ends up explaining that, Elaine, the woman who he is currently betrothed to, was one of their friends from probably when he was about 9 years old. So it's a childhood friend story. And the other main thing that he cared about was his mother, the queen. They had a lot of good times. He was occasionally allowed to host or be hosted. There was, always a good little bit of tomfoolery to be done in the younger years. Now, of course, the tomfoolery is less so because you can't afford to get caught anymore. It's more than a slap on the wrist now. And then a little bit of how he wasn't very much too talkative after his mother died for a good while. And
Wait, pause. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to know something. He said something about not as much of a slap on the wrist now. Would I know the reason why it is nobles can't get away with as much bullshit now?
It's him not being a 10-year-old.
Oh, he's older now. Okay, I see. All right, no, makes sense. Gotcha.
Like imagine pulling shit as a 10-year-old. Your father's gonna get the shit instead of you, and then he's gonna be like, "Listen, you can't do that. You do that shit as a 24-year-old or something. You're going to jail, right? Depending on if you do that."
I thought he was implying that for some reason nobles couldn't get away with as much. No, that makes sense.
No. Yeah, he's just and otherwise, he explains that while the queen was a very nice woman, it's ultimately unfortunate, and he got a fair bit quieter and wasn't willing to talk to many people for a while, but eventually he seems to have come out of it just as strong and more motivated to pursue the people he loves, and talking about some of his kindness and all the generally singing his praises as a good man, which only slightly gets rebutted by the jester a few times as they walk by, serving some of the food. Right, like, if he's so good a man, then surely his wife could have done better. Those sorts of things.
Oof. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I suddenly, Vermilion is in his heart begins to realize, oh, I'm not gonna get shit from this guy, unless there's more to it. But from what it seems like, things that I could have probably surmised.
For that one, yeah. Aside from the fact that he has mommy issues, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. Well, no, the mommy issues are good, but that doesn't...
Right.
I can't threaten his already dead mom!
I mean, necromancy is a thing. He threatened your already dead mom, so turnaround's a fair play. You
know what? Oh shit, I didn't think of that, but yeah, I guess you're kind of right. Dude, we'll threaten each other's dead moms. We'll be dead mom buddies.
Dead mom besties, let's go. So true.
But yeah, by the way, if anybody else wants the spotlight, feel free to take it. I'm done with my bit for now.
Yeah, you get the general idea that, at least as he describes it here, this betrothal is sincere.
It definitely seems that way. Lord, did you want to say something? I thought I heard you.
Not particularly. I don't necessarily want a spotlight.
The table,
okay.
The army table is very quiet as each of them simply fairly methodically eat their respective meals. Each of the others kind of actually give their order as the waiters go around asking each person which selection they'd like. The Highborn simply waves them along. Schoenhoff? Darius?
Yeah.
Anything you would like to do while dinner is being served? Or sorry, while lunch is being served?
He made his way over to this table and just briefly introduced himself and is basically just trying to strike up conversation and ingratiate himself in the crowd that he's going to be kind of sticking around with once they split up.
Do you mind giving me a perception real quick?
I should not close this. I should just open it up in another window. And
Nice. So, while she doesn't necessarily do too much about it, you're certainly getting the sense that Brill next to you is getting rather flustered by your presence. Otherwise, anything specific you'd like to know about anyone?
just general introductions for now. While they're eating, he's not going to go crazy with like
Right.
their whole backstories and everything about them, but he'll inquire some about like where they're from, what they're interested in, anything right now that they're fired up about in politics regarding, since they're each like
Their respective speakers, right?
representatives. Yeah.
Essentially, this table has the one mage who is the essentially mage for hire at the festivities, the 3 battle women, and the 4 of the speakers across from you. Most of them don't have too much passion right now. Somewhat stereotypically, perhaps, though, the dwarf is particularly concerned about the lack of any formal response to some of the kobold issues with the current breaches, and is talking about how it's not fair to simply delegate less of a concern for it simply because they're in tunnels and caves. It's just as real of a border as any of our other locations along the front.
Oh, well, my lack of knowledge to it really speaks to the issue then. I had heard nothing of this.
He gives you a deep dive on how there's been a hell of a lot more kobold and dwarf skirmishes in the last few months.
Terribly unfortunate. Here's to hoping you can break through some sense into the heads of whoever will listen.
He takes a big stretch back before resuming his conversation and just gives a, well, if Mog Torres is gonna do anything, he's gonna do something even if the rest of them won't, so at least we'll never be lacking on that.
He nods in response. After that, he's just going to kind of intermittently eat, contribute to any following conversations, and start like introducing himself to Bro.
Anything from Shinoff?
I would like to get to know my gaming partner, who I have already forgotten the name of a bit more.
No worries. His name is Eric. The two of you talk over dinner, and he tells you that he's essentially primarily a traveler or sort of wandering courtsman who goes from royal court to royal court, or high richmond's, nobles, merchants, all of the sorts, and is essentially makes his living by simply being someone who has seen many things and is interesting as a person. A sort of reservoir of information and entertainment. Pardon?
And in kind, I tell him about how I'm basically an adventurer, a member of the Mages Guild, and don't really have a any specific bindings to anywhere, and kind of just do as I please with a select few other people.
He gives a general sense of approval to the idea of it's always a good life to keep on the move. So many sights to see, it's a waste to wait in. Do you ever mention Runeworld? Or any of the other specific places you've been?
I mentioned that I've been to the Mages Guild of Hectorum, but that's it.
He talks about how it's one of the places he'd like to go before whatever that mystery. He's one of the first other people that you've heard actually use the term dungeon for it, because yes, it's a fairly known thing that there's all of that there, but most people don't use the term dungeon, and he looks forward to hopefully seeing it before it disappears. Certainly an interesting experience, and one that would net him quite a few nights to be able to tell.
I take note to warn him of its dangers.
Nothing ever worth doing is ever easy, so all the better. But thank you nonetheless for your warning. The meals to everyone are absolutely succulent and fantastic. Unless anyone has a very specific reason otherwise, this is probably the best physical quality of food that any of you have ever had. There's probably emotional food that has tasted better, like food from a mother or any of that, but it is superb.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's so busy stuffing their mouths with food they don't care to speak to each other, to each other, even in the field of ideas and thought.
I mean, I think we're just waiting for stuff to happen at the moment.
Yeah, Lorik is mostly just observing at his table. He doesn't want to start anything, especially, being seated where he is.
Gotcha.
He took a
Everyone's-
50-50, and he kind of lost that 50-50.
You kind of did lose that 50-50, actually.
Unlucky.
Got him. As this part kind of draws to a close and desserts are served, and much the similar carousing and info gathering that any of you would choose to do takes place, another brief speech by Cadwin, followed by Seiron saying a few words about his wife, as they talk about the future of what they'll be able to do together. It becomes time to head to the east of this area for a presentation at the theater, which should be starting in about 15 or so minutes, giving everyone time to prepare. Do you just want to skip to everyone heading over?
That sounds like the best.
Yeah.
Alright.
Beforehand, Darius is just going to talk a little bit more to Brill and the things similar to words. What was I trying to say? I have entirely forgotten what I was saying.
No!
I'm trying to recollect where the fuck I was.
F.
It's okay,
Ugh.
Chad. You're going. You feel like it.
It was something related to him asking whether or not Brill would be all right with him watching the play with them. I don't remember. It was something good, and fuck.
Alright. You know the whole anime schoolgirl blush, like, oh my god, covering their face thing? It's like that, but a little bit. But it's that, but more subtle, but only a little bit more subtle.
But only a little bit. In response to it, he's like, "Oh, if it's embarrassing for you, I don't need to."
No, that's yes, please, thank you. That's yeah.
That's wonderful to hear. He says as he smiles.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Darius is in full UNT brain activation right now.
Neurons fired. Neurons activated. There we go.
Neuron activation, true.
As people are kind of making their way in, you can once it's loading, I'm gonna get a few more people in here.
This is certainly me when he's getting more people in here.
Yeah, this is definitely him when he. Alright. I just realized that I did not have them, so we're trading out. Hold on, he's supposed to be here. Where is Arthur? Arthur is not here.
He's Arthur.
Wake me up when he's Morbin.
I'm morning.
I'm warging.
Now, this would be a lot funnier if our stream audience could actually see. Oh, wait. Fuck, they
I'm
can.
morning. If they could see what?
His actual profile pic instead of the Darius profile pic, which turns out they can. Probably
It's
because
tiny,
he
but
just
they
changed
can.
it.
What? Wow.
Oh, wait, this actually doesn't show the server-specific profile pics. Interesting.
Huh. Interesting.
That's
Unlucky.
that is a bug. It seems you are posting about
That is a bug. That is a bug.
Me talking about how a Nubarak is a good hero. That is a bug.
That is a bug.
Alright.
Are you all ready to experience propaganda?
I sure
Yeah.
am.
They hand out a few different little pamphlets, each of which kind of gradually light up with more bits of information to make sure that people kind of follow along in case people get lost over the course of the play. It is the Flames and Ashes of Lomaris is the title of the play. And it, is everyone happy with their seating / standing arrangements? Since I would be surprised if Mr. Struenhoff is going to spend like an hour and a half simply standing there. Darius be like, I'm with the bitches. Struenhoff be like, so am I.
I'm bitches.
I'm
Struenhoff
bitches.
is the bitches.
Very, very viable. So since y'all have been doing a lot of RPing, would you like me to very much take up and I don't want to say monologue, but kind of go a little bit more in depth on a lot of shit?
I would love to.
Sure, I
if everyone
love
else is
detail.
okay with
Details, sick.
it. I love exposition.
Fantastic. As the lights essentially dim in the theater, the presentation begins to start in earnest, with mostly billowing. The specific format of the play is one in which it is very narration heavy, which is to say that there are essentially two people at the front of the stage, at its feet, who yell out into specific pipes to kind of give the illusion of characters speaking, without the people on stage actually doing any of the performance. And so most of the time it's narrating what happened rather than actually having it having the characters do it while they actually perform the activities that are commensurate to it. The city of Lumaris was once prosperous, but now lies barren. The flames and ashes have purged much of the city, but the people still find hope, for the fire has revealed a secret. There's an ancient truth in the city, a relic of a long time ago, when Lumaris was filled with life. We were led by a guide into the city. She was kind and showed us around while we wore masks through the ash and smoke. We should have, and she had to, for her skin was so pale from the exposure to the air, it was almost as though it tore itself apart. While all this is happening, the characters that are actually on the stage performing are... That's not it at all. My page is no longer showing up on my GM screen. There we go. Alright. As they show a single person being led around by a woman with pale skin. When we got to the temple, she took her mask off, and with the words of her blackened lips led us to the village elder. He told us of a past, and how he had seen the destruction of the city before his very own eyes. It gives a little bit of a flashback on screen as different magical effects kind of light up and show a like small city block as it kind of gets lit up with fire. He told us about the Temple of Light, this temple we're in now, where the people once went to worship their gods, where they lit their candles at night and prayed, where the priestess would lead them in prayer and ask for the blessings. And when this temple first burned down, they felt the end of the world was upon them. He spoke of it as though it were the darkest of times, as though it were the very end, and yet the city stood. The people who survived were scattered. Some went to the mountains, some fled north, while others simply disappeared. The priests disappeared in time too, not just the ones that died, but much like the people around them, vanishing without a trace. We had asked if anyone had seen anyone there. We asked if anyone had ever seen someone return. The elder said no one had, only that the dances took a place for everyone who left. Those dances he spoke of? They take the place of the priests. They dance every night. They move to music only they can hear. They dance in the streets and vanish in the night. We asked the villagers for help. We begged them to tell us more, but they do not answer us. They say nothing. They simply stare at us. Perhaps they fear our questions, but we will know what happened here. We'll find it if we have to. With that, there's a little bit of a scene change while stuff begins to happen behind the scenes and the curtain is kind of pulled forward. You have a moment.
Rifter is just actually genuinely enchanted by this performance.
Fantastic.
Normally, this would probably be the time he uses to sneak off, but he's like, wait, I don't want to miss this.
Darius leans over and says, "An intriguing tale. Have you heard of it before?"
Which direction is he leaning?
To his left.
Alright. She is not, and she hopes that it's going to be alright, because she hates sad stories.
Well, then let us
She
hope it
asks
resolved.
if you have.
No, I have not. I share your sentiment. I too hope it is resolved.
The scene now opens in a far more rocky area as there's a little bit of destruction around, clearly having been burnt down, as the individual who is our main character approaches a young woman. We had found a young woman who knows the truth about the fire. She lives in the ruins of a building that used to be a tavern. It's still sweet with the smell of burning alcohol. She told us how the people fled the city in fear because of the fires. How many of them would run, losing themselves and never being whole. She said there was no warning, how in mere moments everything was normal, and in the next, the whole city ablaze. As she spoke, I realized the dancers are afraid of me. They look at me with eyes full of dread. Is it because I'm a stranger, or is it because I seek the answers? They tell us of stories of the past, when the city was alive and vibrant. They speak of the days when the streets were crowded and filled with laughter. They talk of the great festivals in the Temple of Light. It all sounds like a dream, but the people remember it well, and they want to share their memories with us. They speak of the memories in the sky, of the clouds, of the rain that sounds like church bells, in the winds that bring new life. They tell me of the warm sun and the cool moonlight. And the dancers show us a vision into the future. In it we clearly see the city of Lumeris, reborn. The flowers are everywhere. There are flowers everywhere, and the air is filled with music. People laugh as they dance. As sweet as the dream is, I must return to my companions. I must tell them of this place. I must tell them of the dances. But the dream holds me still, and I must stay here a while longer. We will wait for the rains to come. We will watch the sky for its clouds, and we will listen for the wind to blow. I will continue to follow the dancers, and I will learn their secrets. It's another break as scenes begin to change. All of this is a little bit compressed and takes place over the course of about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
It's clearly very heartfelt, but I admit some of the flowery language goes right over my head.
Say, Strunhoff, how do you believe it will be resolved?
Can you repeat that?
How do you believe this story will resolve?
Well, we could sit and make predictions, but I would rather just find out myself rather than get let down.
Wise words.
A few drinks are brought around along with additional foods for people to be distributed while it is in transition.
He goes out of his way to grab one to hand to Bro.
Damn, man's got schmoves.
If I had to guess, Lomaris will be reborn, rebuilt, however one would want to put it, but at some great personal cost. I would imagine that would have something to do with the dancers being symbolic of what was lost on the way there. Or something of the sort. I'm not a playwright.
Turning around to face him, he says, "You could be mistaken for one with that kind of prediction."
Vermilion, basically pops up, as if he had been there the whole time. Yes, very good. I like your theory.
What do you think, Bro? Do you agree?
Sorry, I was doing other stuff while you were doing that. Can you repeat the question?
He just said, "What do you think, Brill? Do you agree?" Related to Lorik's rather in-depth prediction and the reference of the dancers being symbolism of what was lost.
She's still hoping for a happy ending and that his vision that he sees comes true.
Indeed.
You're getting generally the idea from her that she's very naive and that she is perhaps has a little bit too simple of a worldview for someone of her kind of job.
She's been shielded from a lot of the world because of her uprising, and she's a knight not necessarily because she's experienced, but because she was born into it, I'm assuming.
A fair bit. I mean, I wouldn't say she's inexperienced, just that she doesn't necessarily have the personal responsibility that often performing would. Now the scene opens onto a fairly dark, almost pitch black arena with gentle green lighting all around. The main character stands in the center of the stage as a few dancers come out around him. I asked the dancers if they knew why the city burned. They said the city hasn't burned, but I think it has. Perhaps the fire was caused by the people themselves. The dancers said the people are afraid of change, so they decide to flee. They leave their homes behind, leaving ash and ruin. But I'm learning that change is good, change is beautiful, change is required for the city to grow. But this is changing me. This change is changing me. We can no longer go back to my old ways. I have become a dancer myself. Now I dance through the streets, telling everyone about the fire. I tell them that the change is good, and they look at me with fear. I tell them it brings beauty to the world. I tell them I am a harbinger of change, and I invite them to join me. They are afraid of me. Perhaps I fear that I will take their place. I don't care what they think. The scene begins to be changed again to a small city street. The dancer said the people were afraid of change, that they fled their homes. I'd always thought the people were happy, and would be happy with the change. But I realized they were like me. They feared the change. I think I know why the city burns. The people are afraid of change. They were afraid of losing their life. I am no longer afraid. The violence of their fear breaks upon my body. I am no longer human. My skin burns bright red. I stand on 2 legs, yet am taller than any man. My hands are soft. I am becoming a creature of flame. I am a monster, a harbinger of change. I bring the rebirth, and I am a dancer. It begins to be changed once more to a now completely ashen, barren street. I am dancing in the streets. I'm teaching people about the fire. I tell them that change is good. I tell them that it brings joy and beauty to the world. The people of Lumeris do not believe me. They say I am mad. They call me a liar. They call me a monster. I dance on until my feet bleed. I dance until the people fall silent. I dance until the fire consumes the city. I dance until I am ash. I dance until the city all the city is burned. I watch as the flames burn it all away. I danced until the people ran away with it, and I danced until the fire took me. I am a harbinger of change, and I am a dancer. I am the harbinger of change, and I am a dancer. I am the harbinger of change, and I am a dancer. And that repeats a few more times. And that is the play.
Vermilion is just scratching his head like, what the hell did I just watch?
Out of character, I feel like this is related to Seiron.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think that this has something to do with his descent into his choice to chaos.
Oh, absolutely. No, there were definitely parallels to like the things that we had been experiencing, yeah. But Rifter doesn't get that.
I feel like a few steps may have been skipped.
The pamphlets which have been handed out do in fact have additional notes on them. If you have any questions about specific parts that you want to look up and see what the notes are on that section.
Lorik is going to look very specifically into the 3rd section and see what the fuck just happened.
There are 4 sections. Do you mean the third? The 3rd is where he kind of starts to become a dancer, not as opposed to the 4th act. Okay, so the 4th act is just him being in element. It's him, the main character. The specific notes are this character of the story becomes embraced and accepts his position within the cult in true earnest and preemptively sets the acts of the 1st act in motion. He becomes that flame from which set him off on his route in the first place. Despite being an element of change, he's dooming himself to repeat his cycle, much as any followers of Flame or Ash would be to do. Essentially giving a fair bit of propaganda, being like, Ayo, Ash and Phoenix bad and shit. It's very, like, in a very literal sense, to say, Ayo, don't do cults turn you into flame monsters. But then there's obviously the much deeper things about, is it right to be able to go through rebirth or not? And ultimately coming to a conclusion that it should not be. That the simple destruction just with the promise of eventual rebirth is no fit moral choice.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
This is something that affects Darius personally.
Don't you love propaganda films?
I think I can get where they were going with the symbolism. It just feels like it got a bit heavy-handed in that last act.
A truly sad story.
There were very good, if nothing else, the magic visuals on essentially the special effects of it was very, very impressive.
So what you're saying is it was Morbius?
Damn, he got me.
And then he said, I am the changer. I am morbing.
It's dancing time.
It's dancing time.
It's dancing time. Oh no. Oh no, he's morbing. No.
He looks
He's
over.
changing.
Darius looks over to Brill and says, "Oh, that's such a sad way to end the story. If only his recognition of the dancers could have helped bring forth the future that he saw."
She ends up going off on the alternate path of being like, don't you think it still could?
It might be able to. We never know what happens in the future.
Does anybody else have anything that they would like to do while everyone is in this room? The general audience is generally approving of the statement. It's not like a roaring applause or anything, but at least say, good. That was decently good. The performance was well done. Very, I like it. Sort of scenario.
That was acceptable.
The general feel is just that's kind of depressing for a betrothal.
Oh, true.
It's like
Don't get me wrong.
because like the entire idea of it is like, yeah, you're being reborn into a new family. So like, isn't that kind of like a bad thing to go with for it?
You know, they're putting a lot more forethought into this than I was. But yeah, they are entirely correct. Rifter doesn't get the point. He thinks it had something to do with a guy wanting to be a tiefling, and that was weird. And so at this point, he's looking for openings to sneak the fuck around.
So are you leaving a little bit before the end then?
He's not leaving. He's standing by the exit. He wants to see. He wants to wait for others to start exiting before he leaves.
Other people begin to exit, specifically the first group or the two cat people who are there. You hear them kind of speak as they head out. Essentially something that's just a little aside, like, well, that's certainly a very interesting way to do a story. As they're heading out.
From that, I'm gonna leave. I'm going to go to the bathroom. That's what I'm going to do.
Is
Not
Rifter
me.
going to?
No, yeah, Rifter, the character, is going to look for the restroom. That's what he's going to do.
Mean. Magical restroom has magical doors that show up when they need to. You go to the restroom, or are you actually just doing the, I'm looking for the restroom, I need to...
Yeah. He's looking for where a literal restroom is so that he can go in there and, like, just be alone for a second so he can use his, wait, actually... Shit, I don't have it on me. Damn, never mind. I abort that plan because I forgot I don't have my invisible cloak on me. Shit. Yeah, no, JK, I don't do that.
I assume you get to the bathroom and then you're like, shit, fuck, piss!
Yeah, I Rifter just suddenly realizes, oh, this plan is missing a few steps. And he goes back and he is now going to look for his opportunity to slip past guards / go to where
there
he
are
was directed
surprisingly few guards in the area. Most of the time I'd say like they're just abstracted to be like not tokens, but in this situation there's just straight up like not that many guards in like any of the places you're going to.
I see.
Also most of the people here are kind of remaining in the theater. They're kind of forming groups, talking amongst themselves for a good few minutes if the party would like to do anything, be that engage in conversations with the other people here or depart to other rooms.
Darius is going to take a second crack at also engaging with the leader of the knights. What is it called? Sister Knights.
She gives a very stalwart and let's say stereotypical answer in that he deserved the suffering he caused himself, and it's a shame that it happened after he harmed everyone else. It's a very following up with it's a very real threat that I think could have been handled much more nuanced.
Indeed. Perhaps in a different world, in a different time, something could have ended in a different way, but rebirth in the search of rebirth is nothing but folly.
Is Rifter just pacing?
Sorry, I'm being ADHD. That's what's happening.
Okay. Is Rifter actually pacing, or is he just outside?
He's in the
Sorry,
theater
outside
now.
the theater. Okay, he came back to the theater.
He came back to the theater, yeah, because he realized, shit, my invisible thing.
I mean, there's
doesn't
also
work.
not that many people in the other room. There's just straight up not many people. There's probably only like 5 people in the entirety of the main area, 2 of them being those cats.
Oh, I see. Okay, in that case, I'll just look for my opportunity. Can I roll a stealth check to like I don't know,
Totally.
dive? Okay, cool.
What you go and roll? Actually, no. Let's do it in the other order. Go ahead and tell me what you're looking to do. I was gonna say you should tell me what it is before you roll, but
Yeah,
go ahead and tell me
know.
what you're looking to do. Are you just generally just looking around, or do you have something in mind?
I would need to see the map again, but I remember there was a area of interest that wasn't just the main theater. I know the main stage had something on it that we liked, but I remember there was something else that I wanted to check out while I was here.
He found a like worn away area, like just behind like one of the planks in the stage, but like trying to go through it gave him very many spookies, and he was afraid to continue going.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I just remember that there was something else on the map that I wanted to look at.
North side had a few areas that were less structurally sound. The top floor had a few sections that were a little bit interesting. It's mostly just a big open hall, but there's good balconies on the south, and there's
Okay, then never mind. Then I guess. Well, actually, no. We're here to do reconnaissance. I'm gonna look around. Yeah,
all right.
I'm gonna look at all the places. I wanna look for structural integrity. I wanna see if there are any points of purchase, any place that we can use to scale the building, anything that will allow you to get in here very easily if you had the appropriate means for it.
Gotcha. Essentially, the best option you would have is just attempting to disguise yourself and essentially just walk in like you own the place through the kitchen would be your best guess. But barring that, if you're trying to just not be seen at all, there's a area on the second floor in the northern area that kind of butts up against a little bit of a hill, such that you could kind of be there without having to do any flying or anything. And you believe that one of the walls there is thin enough that a particularly good entrance strategy could get you in without people noticing.
I see. Okay. Shit. I was hoping for something more than that. I guess I'll just make my way back to the theater then, having scooped out the place. Because yeah, that big spooky area is definitely where Rifter wants to be. So he heads back. I'm going to look for my good friend Darius, and I will approach from this side. And because Vermilion's an idiot, he's gonna be like, "Oh, pardon me," blah 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 blah, and he's going to be right over here and talk to his friend about what he thought about the play.
Oh, hello, Vermilion.
Hello. It is nice to make acquaintance.
So what did you think of the play, Vermilion?
It too confusing. Tiefling Man tried to be Tiefling Man.
It's a little more complicated than that. It's something related to investment in change, something related to rebirth.
Rebirth? You only get birth once.
Or as real Rifter would know, sometimes not at all.
Oof. Some of us are hatched, thank you.
Lol.
Do you think that in like a lot of beast races they have the term rehatch, or do you think they use rebirth as well?
They definitely would use rehatch. I don't see why they wouldn't.
It's just really funny. Maybe that's because I'm being racist again.
Imagine.
I can't believe you.
There's a surprising amount of races that come from eggs.
Yeah, dude. Egg.
Hi,
Always-
Schoenhoff's back. Yay!
Oh, Schoenhoff. What you think of play?
I post my opinions in player chat.
I see. Let me check.
Yeah, seems about right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. Vermilion agrees with your take. He's like, oh yeah, it makes so much sense now.
I know this isn't what he's actually saying, but I'm just imagining Vermilion being like, "So, what you think of play?" And Schoenhoff be like, 5,000 milliseconds.
5 seconds have passed.
He just starts counting. You have 5 seconds. Like
5, 4, 3. Schoenhoff, no!
Lork has been kind of stating his opinions a bunch, but he is going to ask executors Perilyn and Jalis if they would be willing to share their takes.
Jalis has no takes. Perilyn simply one is questioning the motives of the writer who read it, because it feels a little bit almost like it endorses it in a slight chance, like there is a hope for such activities.
That is a point I hadn't considered. It honestly feels ambiguous, which, in a way, almost undermines how heavy-handed it feels the symbolism was intended to be.
Perhaps whenever the rest of our business here is done, should I find myself with free time, I will pursue it further.
Aye.
Do we want to potentially call it at the end of this night just to give Schoenhoff a little bit of breathing room for the next day?
yeah,
I'd say
that
so,
sounds
yeah.
like-
Alright.
yeah.
Are we clear to move to next scene? I am initiating a ready check.
Yeah.
Ready.
Lork is going to stand up from his seat, and even though it's not like actual joints popping, he feels that
His bones creak.
Bone.
that was an intriguing play, but several hours on a bench does not do the body good.
I will let you know that is absolutely not the case. These benches are comfy as fuck.
Yeah, but still, being down for multiple hours.
Listen, he's an old man lizard. He can't be doing that, okay? It doesn't matter how good the chair is. His lizard bones can't handle it.
The point is kind of continually being painted that even though they probably shouldn't be, just about everything everywhere is pretty close to top notch.
Yeah, I understand. It's pristine. It's the greatest and the most expensive and the bestest ever, because everyone here is a rich asshole.
Basically. Yay!
Lork has spent so long having to do shit on his own, his body just rejects fanciness. He is allergic to money.
Oh, that explains a lot. Oh my god, dude, your allergies. Like, you're gonna die in this place.
Darius, would you mind giving me one perception just for over the course of the play? Alright. You notice a little bit of a cute moment where during one of the particularly scarier scenes after he'd truly become like an actual harbinger of change in a flame, that Elaine, the betrothed, actually whimpered for a moment and kind of curled up and like kind of put her hands around Sayron, and he comforted her and such.
Sus.
Oh, cute. Kawaii.
Question. Could I?
I hate it here.
All right.
Oh, what were we saying,
never
Evan?
mind.
No.
No. I wouldn't have been able to notice it. No. I wish I had noticed
Yeah,
that.
you were
That's
kind
all I
of
was
sitting
saying.
as far back as you
I
could
was
from
sitting
him.
so far back. Oh no! Oh, it would have been too good. No. Ugh. All right. I don't metagame this. So yeah, I continue. I'm sorry.
Ready, check.
Ready.
Oh, Lork does have one closing statement, though. Honestly, despite my quibbles with the finer details of the storytelling, the production was top-notch. The illusion magics were flawless.
That they were. He kind of looks over. I wonder, in particular, how they did the transformation. You suppose they perhaps polymorphed him into something smaller while another kind of took a much more central stage with their illusion?
Perhaps. Or perhaps they actually polymorphed him into a fire elemental or something of the sort.
I can't imagine that much of the stage would be left, so he looks at it and just kind of gestures at it, unburnt.
That is true.
Final
I'm
ready
also-
check then.
Yep,
I'm sorry. I'm if I'm rushing you, I'm rushing you.
Yeah. Unless, of
Ready
course,
it
the
up.
stage is made of materials that are flame resistant. It is somewhat difficult to tell from here.
He gives you a little bit of a like, I suppose sort of look as he nods his head back and forth for a moment.
Either way, they probably take great pride in the secrecy of how they pulled that off, so I won't go sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. Out of character, I know that's incredibly ironic for Lord to say.
Right. He just
Fucking
puts his
busybody.
he just puts his head forward a little bit, and you notice that he's kind of staring at Sayron through the other groups as he's having a jolly good time at the front, kind of like doing a few little imitations and like kind of talking to his family members.
Think I'm back.
Yay!
He lives.
We'll see.
We shall see. You have
All right.
rolled over and shown your exposed underbelly.
If you guys are still waiting for me, I am more than ready.
Alright.
Sorry.
Next,
should have
everyone
clarified.
moves back to the main room before actually everyone ends up eating dinner. I will assume we'll take a pass on that scene.
Probably, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. On direct scene. Yeah. Just general rapport build.
Right. Each of you can ask about a single person and get a little bit of info about them. Let's start from the top. BBQ, who do you talk to?
Rolos. I kind of want to get an idea of the kind of stuff that my fellow Nominus has been up to, recent projects and all that.
Currently, most of it's trying to make sure that adequate support is provided to the Barca, given their tenuous situation in that both the structure itself actively remains a actually recognized part of the Imperial Order, as well as the much more practical and less prestigious part of making sure that the individuals are able to be safely escorted out and similar such situations.
A noble task. I imagine it can't be easy trying to safeguard that many lives.
It never is, but that's why we are up to the task. It's why we get chosen.
I said others don't have to bear that burden.
He gives a slight nod, the feather in his hat waving with it.
Oh my god, his hat has a feather.
Amazing.
Amazing. Why is this amazing?
I didn't know his hat had a feather.
Fancy.
Yeah, he has now gone up like 10 ranks in my esteem.
His drip is unmatched now.
How can... I'm telling you, how can any other humanoid resist making love to this absolute chick magnet?
This absolute chick magnet.
And in just a minute, I need to use the restroom.
Dude, is that because he lays eggs? Is that why it's chick magnet? Is that what you call like newly hatched dragonborn
I am
chicks?
so mad right now.
What?
You.
Why?
Well, first off, he would not be laying eggs.
No.
Secondly,
What?
what the fuck?
Dude, I'm thinking out loud, bro.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
What would you call a newly hatched dragonborn? Like, they're not. We have babies, so like, is it a chick? Is it a
Hatchling.
A hatchling? Okay, cool, awesome. I am trying my best to figure out how I can get Rifter to find information about Seiron that will allow him to pull I'll kill your family. But I can't find anything so far. I know the connection's there obviously now, but I don't I don't know who I would ask.
So what did I miss?
I figured out that you would call a newly hatched dragonborn a hatchling.
Yes. Hatchling good.
Well, you didn't know that?
I genuinely didn't. I thought like that was like a societal thing. I didn't realize that was like the scientific, like whatever colloquially used term.
It's the same term for baby dragons, so why would a species directly descended from them not use the same term?
Because I didn't know that about dragons either.
Fair enough.
I have no idea about these things.
I guess the orc this time is going to sit farther away from the Highborn so that he can actually have that conversation with Rolos during the dinner.
Probably, yeah. Probably sitting directly across from Rolos.
Alright, Golden, you have your single person that you gather some info on during dinner. Go ahead.
Should I know who that's supposed to be? Because I've been kind of in and out of reality.
I'm saying whoever you would like to point and say, that person, tell me about them.
Do you have to be at my table, or no?
No, you can choose to sit where you wish.
I'll come sit next to Darius. And I would like to know more about the dwarf representative.
Alright. Just what their general attitude, something about them, recent bits of work, anything specific?
General.
General. He's a fair bit of a fun lad, but definitely not the kind that you would say is lax about it. It's a very work hard, play hard sort of attitude. He's very passionate about both his work, his people, and his, we'll call it fun that he gets to have when he works together with some of the other diplomats. He tends to pride himself very much on his specific brand of give a shit. And he uses that as the actual word.
Okay.
It comes to one of his better achievements, and he talks about how he helped work on making an autosmith once for mass-producing pickaxes, and while it inevitably fell through, it was one of the most rewarding experiences of his life working on a team like that.
Got it.
Darius will butt in and say, "I definitely agree. Getting to work with good people is always, regardless of outcome, a unique experience." As he pats Sternhoff on the shoulder and turns to Brill, "Wouldn't you agree?"
The court jester happens to walk by and looks at Leo and says, "I'm sorry, I hope it happens someday." If that's a reasonable follow-through, and there was not too much time passed. Hello?
Regarding what?
It's a fantastic experience to work together on a good team, and he's like, "I hope you get to someday."
He gives it a soft chuckle. "Oh, don't speak ill of Sternhoff."
No, I agree.
No, I'm sure Stroonhoff is a fantastic, a noble, and he pulls up his hand and he kind of puts it in front of Stroonhoff for a moment. Sorry, what does that part say?
Intelligent.
Yeah, sorry. He an intelligent young man. Now I have other duties to attend to. As he launders off.
Oh god, he's perched behind Root.
Perched might be a very literal term in this case.
Vermilion is just sitting there. He looks behind him. What the fuck?
You don't even have to look behind you. You're just kind of sitting there eating your food, and you feel a gentle rustle on your chair. You look behind expecting someone, and instead he's actually on top of your chair. When I say perched, I mean it very literally.
In a very reactive moment, Vermilion like jumps from his chair and like does like a backflip. like very intense defensive maneuvers to like move back, and he goes, "What are you?"
What's the matter? Never seen a bird before?
And is it a bird? It doesn't look like any bird I've ever seen.
He is a Kenku wearing a suit.
Oh, is he? Wait, let me look.
You can't see it too clearly on the thing, but
No, it's actually very hard for me to see. He looks like a
Oh,
skeleton.
okay, yeah. Skeleton man.
Skeleton man, skeleton man.
Okay. In that case, Vermilion like brushes himself off and he says, "You should learn manners." And he sits down.
Well, I think you should mind yours. And he moves on.
He looks at him like, "What the fuck?" We're just gonna call him slurs later because it's okay because he's also a Kenku.
Got him. Two Kenku. You know how sometimes kids just repeat what they hear? I'm just imagining two Kenku just saying the absolutely worst slurs imaginable, but because neither of them know what it means, they just keep doing it no matter what the company, and they're just like two little babies just keep repeating it back and forth.
I like to think there's a slight, ever so barely, like basically unnoticeable distortion that happens when they copy something. So two Kenku together doing like my voice is higher than your voice. My voice is higher than your voice. My voice is higher. Just as it progressively gets more and more distorted as they copy each other.
I don't get
Jesus.
why a lot of DMs just hard nerf Kenku to be like, oh yeah, you can only repeat or memorize stuff that you've seen in like the last like hour.
Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, aren't they like literally biologically developed to copy basically everything?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, the actual in-game lore, and this is something that's really stupid that makes them like if you use this, it ruins them / doesn't ruin them. They are apparently incapable of original thought. Like they can't think for themselves.
They have to have
according
been
the actual
told that
lore.
adventuring is a thing before they can realize I want to be an adventurer.
That's
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah,
That's not sentience then.
yeah. They're more robot than the Warforged. It's insane. We ignore that one. That's the
Yeah,
only
that-
part of
that's-
the lore
that's
we
the
ignore.
cringe
That would
one.
make them actually independently less intelligent than actual Corvids.
Yeah, dude. No, it's insane.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get the idea was they steal everything, but I think they went a little too far.
Mm-hmm.
They steal everything, even sentience.
I guess so.
Speaking of wasting intelligence, Rifter, who are you going to choose to identify?
Well,
Lamau.
identify is a strong word. See, Rifter is going to look for he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna sit by his good friend Darius and Strunhoff. And he's going to go ahead and try to talk to. I think the best avenue would be obviously Darius's date. Sorry, Lamau XD. Because he's trying to
Go
look
for
up
it,
information about Zayron and his current, what he does. What does he do? What's he?
Yeah, no. So Darius is planning on covering that. He's just really ingratiating himself first, so it doesn't sound weird coming like.
Okay, I'll assume we basically like say that to each other like non-verbally because
Like you
we've
kind of
been able
start
to-
going on
Yeah.
it, and you quickly pivot away as Darius does the rib jab again.
I like to think he just taps on me this time. That's a bit more. That's a
I
bit
like
more-
to imagine he
He
gets
dies,
even
though.
harder and just breaks a rib.
Okay.
He then says, "I'm sure there are other people that would love to talk to you." As he sort of like moves his eyes along to. He's trying to sound rude, specifically just to like seem defensive of his date, and then he sort of drifts his eyes towards the end of the table and then along downside the representatives.
Vermilion pretends as if he has no idea what he's saying, and he says, "Oh yes, you're right. I'm quite the catch." And he just fucking goes on. Like he moves over as if he has no idea what he's doing, because he kind of doesn't.
Hot fish catch. Ah.
Ah,
It's funny because he's a fish person.
Thank you for recognizing my comedic genius.
I guess I want to identify this person. I'm gonna sit down here and talk to them.
fantastic. You talk to Eric, the traveling, we'll call it minstrel this time because I'm tired of looking up that page again. He's essentially someone who travels around the world to different places of high variety, different spice of life, and essentially trades in all of those past experiences for present ones, and essentially gets paid to be an interesting and particularly well-knowledged and well-traveled individual, which means he's been many places.
I see. And
He tells you a few stories about some of them. Anywhere in particular?
he says, "Well, I admit I am big fan of our leadership. Who couldn't be, right? I think that it would be nice to hear about your." And he like coughs for a bit. This is all
Yes,
hurting him.
all
He doesn't
new,
have
all
any of
new,
this. Say it, Ron. And he like he's struggling.
He kind of pivots for a little bit. Are you okay, friend?
Yes.
Would you like a glass?
He drinks some of
moves
the
around
wine.
and just asks them for some water instead. And if you don't find it too insulting, sir.
And he shakes his head and he says, "No, you are correct, friend. I am just tired." And yeah, he says, "Go on," and he rushes him to continue his story with his relationship to Seiron.
Specifically, you end up learning, and I can detail this for you a fair bit later when we're out of session. A fair bit about the first palace, which is where he originally met Seiron when he was there on one of his travels, and detailing quite a few bits about it, namely the housing, the specific court intrigue that went on, the general structure of the location, and how beautiful some of the walls were. Those kinds of things. You get much more of a deal of the inside of the location. And would you mind just rolling me a flat d20 real quick?
A flat d20. I would love to roll you a flat d20. 12. Fuck,
12,
that's not
okay.
very good.
It's above average.
It is above average.
It's not 23.
There are a few
You can't
spots
roll a
that
23 on a d20.
I absolutely can. Just watch. But no, keep going.
there are a few ideas where it's like, wow, that could totally be one of those places where he stores a secret base, and then you're like, well, how would he know that? Oh, but that one could no, but like you're just kind of overthinking a lot of what he's talking about.
I'm overthinking a lot about what he's talking about. Wait. Huh?
Like you're realizing that you're drawing false comparisons about a lot of the stuff that he's describing. It's like, that could totally be one of those things, and then you're like, wait, no, that's stupid.
Oh, he's kind of full of shit.
No, you're like, wow, that sounds totally like a wall that he would hide one of his secret bases behind. Wait a second.
I'm
like,
being
there's no
paranoid.
way, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I guess I ask how they meet. That's kind of what I'm looking to know.
Oh, he details the specific circumstance of starting by cartwheeling in, since he was invited specifically by the queen at the time, and how he put on a specific show for the lad while he was very young.
So you his performer friend?
I suppose you could put it that way, but no. As the lad grew older, it became more of just friend.
Oh,
Although, yes, I am still, in fact, primarily a performer. It is my job to be an interesting person. Now, more importantly, since I'm the one whose job it is to talk and you don't seem to be paying me very much, I'd like to learn a little bit about you.
I am Vermilion, adventurer. I like money, and I like money, and I like money. And he just continues saying that, and then he stops saying that, and then he says, "That's about it. I help adventure." And he points over to Darius with him.
He kind of looks over to Darius for a moment and says, well, then you were right what she said to him. You are quite a catch. He says it somewhat sarcastically as he continues the dinner.
Dude, I love playing this character. I get to annoy everybody. Yeah, I just deal with that, and that makes enough sense to me.
I'm gonna take a snip because I just realized it, but the specific layout of one of these things on Roll20, with how the specific fog of war lines up for everyone, looks like a bird.
Yo.
Bird. Corvid.
Look at that bird.
Bird up.
Bird.
That's a bird in
Bum,
AH
bum, bum.
memes.
Bird up.
Bird up.
Bum, bum, bum.
Where's the bird?
In AH memes.
Lower left.
I mean, I'm
pretty sure.
looking at it.
The
I just
top
don't
left.
see the bird.
Top left.
It's like an eye and then like the head and then like a beak.
Oh yeah. I see it.
I guess I see it.
I was looking for like the body of a bird,
I guess I can also take a better snip of it.
not like Rifter's head.
Nah, I'm looking for
It's
bird.
Rifter with a ski mask on.
Like, that's totally a bird.
That is bird.
Bird up.
Okay,
I
yeah.
see
When
it.
when you just put when you just put that portion, yeah, I definitely see it now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
totally just a bird.
Him when bird.
This is me when I'm bird.
It's Rifter wearing a ski mask.
Alright, lastly, Darius, are you putting on the schmooze for the info today? Or are you,
You
going
are a
more
robot.
for it?
Yeah, you're a robot, mi amigo.
That was even funnier.
dies in robot.
Even in death, he serves the Omnissiah.
What? Binary is for code, not for gender.
The way that you roboted there was perfect.
This is very unfortunate.
This motherfucker is Shodan from System Shock.
I dropped my phone in a McDonald's Sprite, and that motherfucker started charging.
You're good now.
Alright, hell yeah, let's go. We're back, baby. Rumors of my roboting was greatly exaggerated.
All right. So what were you saying?
Are you going to put the schmooves on to attempt to get that sick-ass dank info about the personal life tonight? Or are you going to attempt to do it at some point during the free, like, afternoon stuff tomorrow?
He'll open up a little bit of it tonight, very like lightly, with like a. So, what is it like being the personal guard of the son of the emperor himself? Like that kind of stuff.
I gotcha.
Like once he gets a basis, then he'll ask more about it as like a feigning interest kind of thing.
Right, gotcha. Amongst other things, of course.
Among?
Man, my friend Gus is gonna love this.
Your friend who?
My friend Gus.
Are you Among Us?
No, Amon's a different friend. I would say that the two of them like each other, but they're quite suspicious of each other.
I hate it here.
Amon sus Gus. Anyway, you get a general feeling it starts off a little bit reserved, but she ultimately just kind of takes a few breaths and is just like, yeah, no, okay, I can just talk about it. And going through how most of the days it's just quiet, how sometimes it's a little less quiet, but so far in the about year and a half that she's been specifically here with the group, that honestly the most terrifying thing was just a few nights ago, because that was the first time that she really felt like he was in danger, and that was a little bit concerning, that they might slip out of her grasp.
Well,
Like, can you
I'm
imagine
glad.
if one of your friends is like climbing and you're the one who lets go of the rope, right?
Of course. Well, I'm glad I was there to be able to catch the rope.
I'm glad you were there too.
There's always things that we can do to improve, but it's good that you recognize the mistake. It marks a good warrior. Anyone can make themselves stronger, but not anyone can make themselves grow.
Based. Good wise words. I'd put that in the real quotes channel, but I forgot it already.
Anyone can get stronger, but not anyone can grow.
Nice, got him. I really do wish that we didn't just turn. I hate that as soon as I split quotes into real quotes and shit quotes, everyone stopped using it. Well, not as soon as, but we have not been doing very many
because we've
quotes.
lost people, and we were also doing less frequent sessions with the every other week.
Gotcha. It also might just be the lack of Dyer, gonna be honest.
We've also tried to explicitly cut back on the shit posting.
Right, that's a fair point.
Yeah, the bi-weekly sessions was really affecting my memory.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
We will
hopefully
get
we're able to
into the one of the last scenes for the night, perhaps the last, depending on how the party chooses to play it.
I'm good with whatever.
The group begins, the general mass begins to move to the westerly section, as there is supposedly going to be a nighttime magical performance, as it is now very early in the night, basically just maybe 20 minutes after sunset. Contrary to the theater where only most of the people were moving, this time literally everyone is moving. This room is becoming fairly vacant. How does the party proceed?
I guess we're going.
Darius, in a movement of sort of like, excitement when like you see, oh, there's going to be fireworks, and you like grab the hand of somebody who's near you and like try to pull them to bring them.
Hell
He's
yeah.
going to quickly, like in that like swift motion, do that.
Totally works.
Rifter's got to take the opportunity to sneak off to see that main stage area.
Gotcha. Sure enough.
I'm going to follow
Which group?
the group that I'm gonna follow Darius, since that was what we agreed on with the plan.
I love that it's like, wow, we're gonna have this really cute anime moment on this bench while we watch our play, and then it's just old man. Well, wow, we're gonna go see the fireworks. Old man.
I think the original plan was follow Rifter, but this can also be fine. It's just mostly
Was it?
cover. Yeah, because
I'll follow
Rifter
him
was
then.
going to scout, and you were going to be on standby if he needed your necklace for anything, since it activated the last one.
Yeah, I'll stay a good distance from him.
You can still socialize and be in the general area. It's just making sure that you're on standby.
There's currently no one in this main area at all. You've successfully gone unnoticed. We will do some of the outside area real quick. Let me just make sure this is suitable. All right, everything is good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. As you make your way to the left part of the compound through a quite fancy staircase and marble dooring, you come down to one of the only areas where the royal garden is in fact not teeming with bushes everywhere, and instead are rows of flowers in much smaller gardenry, split apart by a few rows of grass, definitely not glass, along with different sections of marble that kind of lead to form very intricate pathways, almost like a maze. Currently, two of you are actually out here. Whoop. Woo. Woo. There we go. All in all, it tends to be somewhat similar to the other one, except instead of the focus being on the story, it can just be completely down to the brass tacks about just making everything as absolutely fan-fucking-tastic as it can be. As Para, who was one of the people who was sitting at Darius's desk table for much of the time, who was the elder mage who came in for it, she begins to put on just an absolutely like stunning performance. Is just lights fling across the sky, and they form like geometric shapes, and they pull together, and they all move in motion while she and two of her aides just perform a variety of spell casting for about like 20 minutes, ultimately feeling very much like a fireworks show.
How is Brill's reaction?
She's wide-eyed and cheery.
Darius will be looking up, but then start looking at her. At least until she notices.
She's watching it for a little bit, and then she kind of looks at you for a moment before looking back at it, and then kind of double takes back to just looking at you.
He looks and says, "I'm sorry." Yeah.
No, like not like in a bad way. Like
No. I know. Just let me finish.
sorry.
I'm sorry. The light show is gorgeous. It's just the reflection in your eyes and seeing you light up at it. That's more meaningful to me.
Maybe I am gay. This is getting a little too real. I don't like this. We're gonna skip past this. I don't have the emotional energy to be like, I'm going to go on a date with my boyfriend. I don't have the energy for this.
It's
You're
over,
not gonna
guys.
date if you
I'm
don't want to.
DMing now. I have the emotional energy to date him.
Oh god.
When I have the time to think things out and not am on the spot, I feel like I'm rather fucking smooth. But in the moment, fall apart.
Understandable.
Ooga. Yeah, can you just go ahead and give me one persuasion with advantage for the general attitude of the night?
Yeah, sure. This is the perfect point for Darius Luck to not mess
Darius
up.
Luck. And Schoenhoff's not even in range. He can't even see you.
Lol.
Well, yeah, I'm sticking by my man.
Let's
Okay, we
go!
do.
Alright. Pretty much hook, line, and sinker. Tomorrow will, or perhaps even tonight, depending on how you choose to play your cards, there can be a lot of info gained and a lot of strings to be pulled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the joys of being a Yuan-Ti.
Yuan-Ti.
Pretty socially maniacal people want you, don't have morals. What else could be more fun? All they know is eat chip, twerk, be bisexual, and lie.
Darius is a little disgusted with himself right now. Like a little aboard with his behavior, but understands that he needs to do it in order to
Right.
help things go along.
And I can come up with more detailed stuff if you'd like to just do tech sessions on what kind of stuff you want to get info on, because I need to actually make sure that it's thoroughly well thought out.
Sure. We can do a text channel for the info. Text channel ERP?
No. Alright, I'm making a private channel in Hectorum. ERP mods not allowed. Invite only.
Mod ERP roleplay, one ping.
Don't Kira theme. Don't.
Mod ERP. Is not a real channel.
Yeah, hell yeah. So, back in the surprisingly somehow less gay, despite being absolutely two men, you begin to investigate under that section of the stage. Much as he described, the plank there was fairly loose, and it comes off with not even a snap. It has that feeling of a snap, but there's no sound of it. Kind of wiggles a little bit as it's pulled off, but again, completely silent. You're able to see slightly within, however, it is somewhat dark. Is Rifter here?
I just got
Hope
back.
so.
Did you hear what we said?
No, I'm sorry.
Alright. As you move to remove the specific plank that he described in his diagram, it comes off with what you would expect would be a bit of a thwing, or you would expect sound, but instead it comes off perfectly silent despite still having the visual action of moving. It's big enough for you to try to fit yourself through, and the only problem is that it is almost pitch black inside, with only the light from where you're at making its way through. None of the floorboards above release any light through it.
I am going to grab something, grab anything, like a coin. Actually, you know what? I have coins on me. I'm going to drop a one of my tiles that I stole. I'm gonna drop one of that down into the
Oh no, no, no!
blackness.
It's not like it's a pit. It's just that like going forward, it's dark. It's a dark room
okay,
without
fuck it. I
lights.
go in. I don't give a shit.
You go in. It's very dark.
Is
You are
okay.
underneath the stage, and it is dark everywhere. You
I'm
cannot
just
see
underneath the
anything.
stage. I'm suspecting to think that this is just a stage, but
I mean, I'm also suspecting that you're not able to see anything, even if it was there.
I'm going to feel around and continue forward. As I continue forward and I look back, can I find my way back to there? Like that source
Yeah,
of light?
easily. Like that's like it's not like it's a maze or anything. It's just like an open area underneath the stage.
Okay, I'm just gonna look around.
What's your passive
going on.
perception?
My passive perception is 23. I
Yeah,
believe.
that's pretty good. As you're going along, you eventually feel a very slight crevice at one part of a wall, and then a little bit further along, you feel as there's a slight indent on that section before another small crease. There's something off about the stone wall at that location, about 2/3 of the way down, so somewhere around here.
I'm gonna check around. I'm gonna feel around for the creases. I'm gonna see what they like, why they're creased, I guess, and what material they're made out of. I want to just know everything about this.
The current situation from having been under there, the floor is slightly depressed as it goes down along, such that poor floor. The back section of the stage is you're able to stand up completely at it, as opposed to closer to the front where it gets very much closer to floor level. Fuck you. As you peel around, the crease ends up creating a roughly door-shaped form.
Oh, okay. I try to open it,
Open it how?
like by pushing it forward, like slamming my body into it.
There is no action.
Okay, so it doesn't. All right, so it just looks like a door.
I mean, it doesn't look like anything. It's pitch black.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying it, or felt like a door, I guess.
Yeah,
I
like
should say.
the crease forms a square shape that is a little bit taller than you are. Rectangle, whatever.
I really need some light. I guess, can I break open part of the stage to get some light?
I mean, you totally probably can.
Like, could I, like,
You
get
also
it up?
still have your mage who is nearby. I'm just gonna cheat for you a little bit.
Okay, I do, but I didn't want to grab them unless necessary. Fuck it, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna sneak my way back in, find Sternhoff, and just be like, "I need you, friend. Very important."
You are the
Super."
only people in this room, by the way.
Sternhoff and I are the only ones. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he followed me. Yeah, I remember him saying that. Shit. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna show up, and be like, "Hoff, I need you."
All right, tell me about it.
We got like, I don't know, a door, some kind of thing that I think a mage should check out. I can't see anything in the dark.
Right. All right then.
And yeah, I'm basically gonna show Sternhoff the pitch black area. I'm gonna lead him down, and I'm going to put his have us hopefully be both down there. I hope we can both fit down there.
Yes, easily.
Okay, and then I'm gonna hold his hand to the area where it is and have him feel what I feel.
As you move over, you absolutely can't see anything there. The crease is purely something that you would have to feel. There's no visual indicator for it. What is visual there is that there's 3 slight divots in the wall, somewhat closer to the center of it, forming 3 kind of chipped points.
I'm going to take out from my backpack a small knife and cast the light cantrip on it.
Oh, I thought you already had for the ability to see that. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I do, but Rifter doesn't.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, I can see the thing now. Awesome.
It probably needs to be something other than a knife, because I don't think you would have a knife right now.
No, I've had a small knife since I
Mm.
made my character.
I
It's
mean-
like it's basically a letter opener, okay?
Okay, fine.
Like it's not for what would I even do with a knife? I'm a mage. I
Okay.
could literally melt someone.
Question. So I've mean to ask this because I just realized I kind of assumed I was able to sneak this in, but I was gonna bring my bag of holding with a knife in it. The 6-incher one, I think. As long as I can oh no, wait, it's 6 inches. I can't hold a knife in that. Wait, actually, could I?
You totally
I don't know.
can. Like a knife can just have a cross profile of like an inch and a half.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Right? It can just
Cool.
go in lengthwise.
But yeah, I could put that in like my coat pocket and have my dagger of returning in there, right?
If you were going to have done that, I will have wanted you to do a deception. I won't necessarily hold it to you now. Instead, I will get you off with a warning saying that when you need to try to smuggle stuff, you need to declare what you're You need to declare what you're smuggling before you need it, rather than being like, okay, now that I have this thing, I totally smuggled this in previously. Right?
Well, yeah, I got that. I'm just asking if I could have done that.
I will
but
give
I just
you
realized I never
the
officially...
effect this time to attempt to do so when you are first going through the portal. But I would also like you to use this as a learning experience to make sure you declare it beforehand moving forward.
Fair enough.
In the future, I will not be so generous. I will be like, you just simply do not have it, okay?
I mean, if you want to do that now, dude, you can.
No. Roll me a deception.
All right, cool. No nat ones. Please, God, no nat ones.
And this was way back when you first entered the gardens or whatever.
Yeah.
Alright. You end up getting searched. They end up getting rid of one of the knives that she left on, but otherwise they you're still good for most of it.
Okay, cool. Rad.
They
Awesome.
simply look at it and say, "I'm sorry, sir, you won't be able to take this with you. Would you like us to hold it while you're present?"
It's my emotional support knife.
Yeah, I put a leash around it.
I'm sorry.
I need to not stab.
How many times have you rolled a 17 for deception?
Now, I have proficiency in deception.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it just raises it.
Dude, Rogue, I don't know why you don't play Rogue. It actually makes it so you can just roll like garbage and it doesn't matter.
I mean, here's the thing. I would just say play as a bard, because then at level 3 you can have a minimum of 17s on every roll.
I mean, yeah, but I like Rogue.
I'm still peeved that I was like, I'm gonna play a bard who's like an elementalist, and you're like, haha, bondage equipment.
Dude, get over it. It's been years.
Yeah, I know it's been years. That's the problem.
It's been years.
It's
Get
not.
over it.
It's not a fine wine.
No,
It's not getting better
it's not
with
the
age.
time, ladies.
Anyway,
Nico's your self-insert, and I will be taking no further comments.
I guess I'll use my knife.
What are you using your knife?
Well, I give it to Strudhoff because he said he needed one. Right? Is that
Sure?
Well,
that's how we got.
Okay, I literally, what happened is I was gonna say ball bearing and I had to stop myself because only Dyer had those, so I had to skim through my inventory for anything that I could actually cast the light cantrip on that would, like...
Oh, I also have ball bearing!
Lol.
Okay. I ask up for a ball bearing now that I know this
Did you
information
put-
from
did you put
divine
the-
clairvoyance.
Did you put the ball bearing in the bag specifically for smuggling that you brought here? Right, this is one of those circumstances where I guess I should have at the very start said, you need to declare what you're bringing, otherwise you don't have it.
No,
right?
yeah, no, you're right. I wouldn't have brought
In
that.
the same
No,
situation as I'm
exactly
like, I don't think anyone except maybe
right. Okay,
Lork is
we're
wearing
getting
armor.
sidetracked.
I
Fuck it.
am going to snap the zipper off of one of my packs and cast light on it. Is that better?
Based. Sure.
All right.
Is
Cool.
that
I
better?
love logistics. And now you get the description that I previously described because I thought you already had cast light. Which is that there's no visual indicator for anything other than those 3 divots which form a somewhat triangle shape in the wall within the area where the crease marks can be felt. Otherwise, most of the area around the stage is simply a little bit musty and a little bit unkempt. There's a few different supplies down here, different equipment for actually managing a few small performances, but nothing particularly of note. Hello?
I heard you, but I don't know what to do with that.
Okay,
information.
I was just like, I feel like I'm talking to a wall for a moment, so I was like, did I disconnect?
Nah.
Yeah.
I don't know what any of this means. I am going to unless my good friend Sternhoff has anything to add, I want to go back and report this information to my friends who may know more.
Is there anything else that I could like quote unquote see outside of what we're seeing visually?
Would you mind giving me a perception real quick? You put your ear next to the wall to try to do it, and there's no vibration, there's no action on the other side or anything on the way down. It feels very motionless, such that there's not too much sound coming through.
Okay. Yeah, I turn to Rifter in agreement that we should probably report back.
I nod, and we leave. I'm assuming, and we head back to our companions.
And before leaving, I quash the light cantrip.
Swoosh.
Yeah, put everything back the way it was. Make our ways back.
You make your way out. It's about 2/3 of the way through the performance.
The background music around Lork is just all by myself.
I mean, is the orc all by himself?
Oh, probably not, but yeah. He's probably sitting near Rolas.
I basically waddle up to him and I just nudge him like, "Hey, yo, I need you."
Pardon me.
No worries. And he turns back to the sky as it begins to be emblazoned with essentially a dragon made out of the dancing lights cantrip.
I bring him back over to Strunhoff, and in hushed tones, I let Strunhoff detail everything that we just saw. But they wants to do that in character or fucking whatever.
It happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, something's going on down there, or something is down there.
All right. Were you able to confirm any actual information about it?
Well, besides the visuals, not really.
All right.
I think maybe we should do some research on it. Maybe you could, go to the old guilds, look up some books. And he looks at Strunhoff.
It's always an option.
We should let him know as well. And he indicates his head over to Darius.
Would we, like, all of us remember if there's like a magic jamming spell over the palace during this time?
There's not. It is in fact actively having a great deal of magic performed within it right now.
Well, there's always the option in character. I'm speaking. I could always just send an arcane eye down there, see how deep it goes, where it gets to.
There is no opening on it anywhere.
Ah,
Fuck.
Well, did you? I don't know exactly how you'd go about doing it, but did you try the amulet?
I might not have gotten close enough for it to react to anything down there.
All right. And besides, we should probably not do it while this many people are around. We don't want the danger of casualties. Because we don't know what's down there. We just know that something is down there.
With that said, Vermilion is going to waddle on over to our good friend Darius to check on him.
You see Darius as the reflection of the fireworks glimmers in each of their eyes. Oh, to be young and in love with someone.
Mm-hmm. Smiley face.
Meanwhile, Darius is
Smiley
the second
face.
oldest member of the party.
I guess
Who's
you're
the
right.
first?
Sternhoff.
You.
No.
No, that wouldn't be him.
Oh.
I mean, the diplomat earlier said son.
Oh, true.
That must mean he's young. He's a young shonen boy.
He's a young shonen boy indeed. Aged by 20 years. After the time skip.
I assume that after Rifter starts to be a little bit obnoxious, she just kind of takes a sigh and just kind of puts her head down for a moment. No, go ahead. Just appease him for whatever he needs. We can continue later.
Damn, that's gay.
Or is Darius not present?
Yeah, no, he's here. All right. It shouldn't be too long. As
She
he
gives you a
leaves-
smile.
Mhm.
As her hand kind of trails along yours as you kind of get up.
Yep. And I was literally about to say that was the action that he
Mhm.
takes. Okay. Continuing on, he steps to the side. Yes.
And
Let's walk.
Vermilion in hushed tones is going to
He
say,
just says, "Let's walk."
yeah. He's like, follow me. And he's going to detail what he saw and explain how he does not know what it is. And he basically he ends it off with, and so I'm not really sure how we proceed from here. Is busted, magic, no good.
Can you give me a quick detail? I was kind of half present, half not here.
Gotcha. Okay. The association's a bitch, ain't it? Going through and trailing the wall, there's essentially the physical feeling of there being a crease, while visually there is none. At the center of the box of those creases, like that forms kind of the outline of a door, there's a few depressed divots within. Pushing and pulling on it has no effects.
And did the necklace work?
Does it require activation? He looked at it. Is that how it works? I don't know how this works.
No. If I had to guess, it's probably, as he's sort of thinking, there's two possibilities. It's either something that we need to investigate,
or it's something that servants likely use to transport things out of the view of nobles. So there's still the chance that this is something important.
I nod.
I would say continue investigating it for now. Don't go crazy with it. But this is absolutely something we need to pay attention to, in my eyes.
Rifter nods, and he is gonna go ahead and find his jeez, find his friend Hoff and say, "Let's use your shiny thingy that you got there."
I know I said earlier, shit quotes and all that.
Shit quotes. Let's use our shiny thingy, and you got there. Yeah, I'm basically going to have Schönhoff come back with me to the stage, and we're gonna try it with his necklace this time.
Wow, it
he
works.
Oh
Stage is
wow!
set.
I really wish. Okay, I thought that just because he was gonna be there, it would just work.
You kind
Damn.
of get closer, you kind of take the necklace a little bit, you give it a little bit more prominence, and you kind of press it up against the doorway, and with that, you would expect would be creaking of stone on stone, instead is just another perfectly silent, completely all sound absorbed, sliding straight down through into the ground until there is nothing but the simple passageway in front of you.
Now, turning to Rifter, and saying, now we probably should not go down here ourselves. However, I could scope out what's down here with Arcane Eye.
I nod. Do it.
All right, then.
You become very disappointed very quickly as you notice immediately in front of you is another slated wall. Or at least in front of your arcane eye as you push it forward.
Wait a second.
And how much further in is it?
It's literally
Like right there?
It's right here.
Okay. And my necklace is not interacting with it.
Your necklace is where you are right now.
Okay, well let me move a little closer and see what happens.
It slides out of the way.
And can I peek around the corner and see past it?
I mean, you can see what you can see right now.
So is there another passageway past it?
It
or does
goes
just
forward
end?
and there's another wall.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a look at this other wall. Is there any writings, any markings?
Nope. It's just another similar stone slate, just like the one that just moved. You will recall that this is a very, very similar structure to what you found underneath Korheim, where the walls moved as you progressed your way through them.
Yeah, no, it's reminding me of that too.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna cancel the arcane eye and just turn back and say what we got, what we came for. So
and Rifter's gonna shake his head and he's gonna say, "No, get over here. I want to see something."
what are you thinking?
And I want you. He says, "Your necklace. See if," and he points to the wall. Yeah. He just wants to see if your necklace will open the door like it did last time.
I'm assuming it does.
I mean, are you gonna walk towards it?
I mean, I want to, but like, We're on the line, or on the thin
No,
line
you're
of
not.
disobeying orders.
I thought you meant like the line of.
And Rifter just says, "Come on, we need to see. We need to find that information. I promise. Once we're done with this, once we learn this, if this works, we'll head back. Easy peasy, no harm done."
20
we
minutes.
learned we learned that it works.
Do we know that for certain?
I mean, it's opened 2 doors so far. And if it can only open 2 doors, then that's as far as we go. Getting the other 2 down here probably won't change that. So, I think it would be best if we just stuck with the plan.
Rifter shakes his head and he walks off. He says, "No sense of adventure." And he goes back up.
Rifter, this is not something that we can just walk into head on, just the 2 of us. This is not something that we can fuck up.
I'm not suggesting we fuck it up, but as far as we know, oh, hey, your necklace unlocks a thing. Oh, wow, great. I didn't know it could do that. Oh, wait, yes, I did. This is not new information. This is not moving fast enough.
It's not fucked up yet until we fuck up. And we can't afford for that to happen.
I just think that we could ease to learn a little bit more. I mean, when are we going to get back in here again?
If all goes well, probably tomorrow or the same day.
Sure, alright, sure. And he just grumbles to himself.
Holy shit! Character development. Let's go.
He's going to go off and head back. Oh my god! Ow! I'm cramping. Holy shit! My body just hurt me. Yeah. He's just gonna go back.
I assume you actually want to move your character token before Struenhoff moves too far away.
Oh, is this not the exit? Oh, I thought. Okay.
Yeah, if Rifter stays there, he will be a pancake, probably.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was the other way. I thought we came from that side.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Well, whatever.
But yeah, holy shit, character development. Let's go, Rifter. Listening to other people, baby.
What do you mean? He always listens to other people. If you just leave him alone, though, he's gonna do what he wants.
Got him. You managed to get back just in time as people begin to head back inside. A last little bit of desserts are being served before different people are being accommodated for rooms for the evening. There is a entire section to the side which has fairly reasonable accommodations, not the most luxurious, but certainly better than most of the inns of the nearby area, and a few different people have select portals that are allowing them to head back to a home of residence. What will each of you be pursuing?
I'm going to ask if it would be possible to bring some of the other stuff that we have packed from the inn that we were previously staying at to the residence for the sake of the party, so that we aren't leaving it unattended in an inn room for multiple days.
Their response is just as long as it is checked as the rest of the equipment is.
Of course.
Not presuming that you would bring any contraband, but you understand.
Yes. Lork affirms.
Which means there's probably a few things that you should not bring from the bag.
Probably, yeah. Namely, Dyer's stuff.
But yes, you may. Otherwise, you get set up in your housing arrangements for the evening. It's a small, fairly soundproofed room. Not completely soundproofed, but as long as you don't raise your voices, no one should be able to hear you outside it. And it's one of the closer to the end lots, as you are one of the last people to group up and do so. So you are near the nearest to the center of the of this building, excuse me. I.e., you don't have too many people to sneak past should you leave.
Interesting.
Now is the
Alright.
time for the discussions to take place.
All right. What did each of you learn?
Well, we were able to confirm that it reacts to my necklace. We did not
All right.
go very far in.
Thank you for
Good.
that, by the way. So, thanks to Vermilion's contact in the Thieves Guild, we know for a fact that the underground complex is. Let me check the exact wording. Weird underground. Which is, according to whoever wrote the map, scary. That's not much information to go off of, but it seems to hold up with what we know about the similar complexes in other cities.
And
Agreed.
knowing that his necklace reacts to it, it's just better confirmation.
It still bugs me the connection that my necklace has to these.
Well, Cassandra did say that your thing belonged to someone that she knew.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but did your necklace have any part in the Chibalo complex, or was it not necessary to open it?
Don't believe it was necessary. I feel like out of character. I feel like he would remember that.
You managed to get in separately, but you also don't necessarily know that it couldn't have done anything.
Okay.
Like, with the power of hindsight, you could totally see there might have been things that she could have done.
Yeah. It's impossible to say since we entered through a different route, but I can't say I noticed any reactions while we were down there that whole time.
Alright, let me just take some notes. First, our contacts in the Thieves Guild confirm the existence of this underground complex. Secondly, in a manner similar to how we opened the way to the Korheim complex, Schoenhoff's pendant served to open a secret passageway under the stage. We have no confirmation whether that leads to that complex or not, but it is highly likely.
Wherever it leads, it's somewhere where most people aren't going to be able to get into.
Darius, did you learn anything?
Not an enormous amount, but I've basically entirely set myself up to learn as much as possible tomorrow. She's in the palm of my hand, as much as it disgusts me to say so.
Alright.
What doing is necessary.
I just feel myself falling back into old habits, and it feels terrible.
You asked me to swallow my pride, and that I will. But if you need to stop for your own health, for your own sake, don't hesitate.
I know,
Alright.
but I can do it. It's not a whether I can or cannot, or should or should not. It just
I know you can, but we have a way in. If necessary, what I'm trying to say is
Look out for yourself.
you inflicting this kind of suffering on yourself is not necessary. Go forward if you think it will provide substantial evidence, but don't do it at cost to yourself. All right.
all right. I'm mostly concerned with what it'll do to her.
Why are you concerned with her?
It's someone that I'm abusing. I've done this continually throughout my entire life. I slip into this. It's that feeling of trust lost is nothing I can ever get over. But it's something that needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, she's protecting that guy. I mean,
Well,
Do you
there is
believe
always
she
a way out.
knows? Because from what I've understand, the one getting to know her, she's naive. She doesn't understand what's going on.
Of course not, and who would, serving under him?
I'm sure there's someone.
There could easily be a way out, of course. Before you go too much farther, you could always let slip that you and I are together and that you hadn't intended to give that impression to her.
I wish it was.
I'm-
I wish it was still at that point, Lorik. It's fine. She'll be able to manage. She's not a child.
All right.
Just like wading through up to my neck in shit. I know I need to do it to get to the end of the tunnel. It's just not pleasant.
We appreciate the contribution, but you don't have to force yourself to do this. We've
Yeah.
already gotten the majority of what we've came for already.
always
I
remember you're more
understand.
important than the job, mate.
I understand. It's just information that we could be getting about Seiron and how he interacts with people, when he leaves, if these things line up in timelines. These are valuable things. It might not be exactly the proof we need, but it can be corroborating evidence.
All right. Just know that you're not alone in this. You don't have to wade through that shit yourself.
I understand.
What? I guess something you said. She's naive. I think. I don't know. It's just a feeling, just a vibe. I believe this is something that he does. Side to himself that he keeps hidden. It don't seem like everyone's on the up and up about who he really is. And I get that's kind of the point, but even his, then he like refers to Darius. Closer members don't even seem to know it.
She has only been working for him for around a year and a half now, so a rather newer entrance, but a fresher perspective.
I mean, I guess, but between you and me, it's a bit of a long time to hold somebody completely unawares.
I understand.
Regardless, I think we got what we need to do. We need to head into that little nook and cranny they got there.
Well, before that, have you learned anything, Lorik?
Not much. Rolas has mostly been working with the Barca, trying to provide aid to get them out of Korheim, but he was the only one who I could really speak with, considering that, well, Executor Perilyn is already... There's very little that us and him haven't shared with each other on this subject, so speaking with him would be mostly pointless. Executor Jalus doesn't exactly seem to be in his element here, and I doubt he would have information on the subject. That other man, the human, might have some information, but I can't exactly go asking him probing questions immediately after meeting him, especially since we met in a professional context rather than a personal context. And, well, Highborn Marivax is as inscrutable as he is intimidating.
That tracks. Can't exactly just interview him the moment you see him. Unlike me, I can do that.
I really would not suggest going up and talking to the Highborn.
I wouldn't dream of it, mate. Nah, I
Good.
just mean, the common rebel.
I see, I see.
Nah, between you and me, that guy gives me the creeps.
I get where you're coming from, but I feel like it's less a matter of the creeps and more just, frankly, there is a divine might which radiates from him.
Yeah, maybe it's just a difference in upbringing. But between you and me, powerful men in armor are something to avoid.
I don't necessarily intend divine might as a good or bad descriptor. It just is.
Aye, but that's what I kind of mean. All the lads running around with that kind of power, they weren't exactly my friend. Except for you. And he kind of gives you like a fist bump.
Well, the key difference there is I didn't have that kind of power when we first met.
I guess so.
Getting a bit off track here.
Aye.
So,
We should be getting some sleep and potentially preparing plans for tomorrow.
Rifter nods.
I can't help but feel a little bit useless here.
Your time will come. It's all good. You're doing nice and well. Looking nice and
I
big for us.
we
honestly
all have
wonder
our
if it,
roles to play.
and that's why I'm wondering if it wouldn't be prudent to, while the three of you investigate, stay behind with Executor Parolin to report directly to him by means of you reporting to me with sending stones. And perhaps recruiting another ally from the Thieves Guild to make up for the lack of firepower or something of the sort.
Perhaps.
Well, that's certainly an option, but
I think
on a personal level, I would prefer we stay together for that operation.
I'm a liability in a stealth mission. And this is, frankly, a stealth mission.
it's a stealth mission until we reach that point. And this existence, this being in the castle is already rather suspicious and something that, if reported to Parolin, could give us a larger degree of investigatorial control.
I don't want to waste his time until we have something concrete, though.
But I'm sure he would be more than willing to help us find something concrete. He wants to believe us.
He has his own problem of getting mixed in this publicly, too.
It doesn't need to be public, but hardly anything the Delmarevs do is a private notice, direct, covert authorization to do a minor investigation on a portion of the palace that is suspicious and related to the Scion. It doesn't even need to be related to the Crown Prince. It could just be the Scion seems to have operations here and we need to investigate it. After all, that is our job.
I just ask that you don't throw my suggestion of hiring someone out entirely.
We won't.
I don't
We'll
know
keep
if I
in
can be of any actual help to you, but I don't want to leave you down a man.
think it's finding the right person.
Someone we can actually trust, because there's a level of information that needs to be given in this kind of situation. A level of awareness that someone needs to have.
Well, we certainly have a number of people that we know
Indeed.
between
But
all
then
of
the
us.
question is, how many of them are actually here?
And
Or
how many
could
of
get
them
here.
would be willing to grapple with the fact that they may not be able to trust what they see?
Frankly, I can only think of a couple names on that list.
Yeah, he's got me on that one. I can't quite think of anyone either. Not many.
And excluding those who had previously left us, I can't think of a single. It'll be an option that we consider, Lord, but I would much prefer to have you down here with us. Down there with us.
Oh, thank you.
Out of character, which executor is the one that's like in on it with us? Not in on it, but
Executor
aware.
Paralin.
Perhaps Paralin could get someone to join us. Should we give him reasonable enough information to go down there?
It wouldn't make sense to risk more Delmarevs on what could very well just be...
Risk more Delmarevs. This is the one thing that is shared between all locations of Scion influence. Do you think that he would not investigate this? At risk of losing Delmarevs? If that was his concern, they wouldn't be sending Delmarevs to the war.
That is something with a defined win condition, though.
And this is
I see
something
your point.
with an undefined lose condition. We don't know what will cause anything between people disappearing to the end of the civilization. It's an unprecedented, unseen threat. And I truly believe that Paralin understands that.
I think the only main concern is how do we tell him we know what's down there without physically knowing yet what's down there?
It's not about knowing what's down there. It's about it being there in the first place, giving us the grounds.
We know
to
what it
investigate.
means.
We have the two
Be
pieces of
beneficial.
information which can very easily be correlated, even though they haven't been investigated fully.
Well, if that's enough, then I think it's worth taking this to him.
Especially since we need to inform him of why we are here in the first place after saying we were going to Korheim.
That is true.
Because I doubt that he's placated by not knowing.
That may be something you should speak with him one-on-one, Lorik.
All right.
I would exclude the events that occurred after we left the elevator in
Obviously.
detail until we have better support to what we're saying.
All I will say is that we aided Seiron's personal guard in fending off a bandit assault. That's the official story anyway.
Indeed.
Right.
And that was
No
when we
reason
were
to-
invited to this party.
No reason to diverge from that yet.
So, I'll do that tomorrow morning before the festivities start. But if nothing else, at least see if there's any tools or people who might be of use in the Thieves Guild or other places where we have contacts. Like, even some kind of magic item might be useful.
I may
Lorik,
take a visit to the Mages Guild tomorrow.
Lorik, when recounting this to Parolin, I do think that honesty would be prudent. So while you shouldn't recount the details of it, you should let him know that something not according to the official story happened, but until we have further proof, it would just be the same as saying as all of our other quote unquote conjecture. That way we tell him that this event happened, give him full trust and knowledge that something happened. So when we further divulge it, he doesn't feel like he was lied to.
Aye. On that note, I do also have people investigating the data directly to see if any of the people match missing persons cases.
Indeed. If he asks any further about that event, let him know that you have people looking into it, but would prefer not to divulge specifics because of the same
It could be
concerns.
dangerous information.
It could A, be dangerous information, and B, because of his previous contention that what we see could just be made up. And that very well feeds into the, especially with how our perceptions change throughout the event, could
Aye.
reinforce that contention that he has. And honestly, we should also keep in mind that he might be right. So while we should hold on to the idea and look for evidence for Seiran, we should not be affronted to the idea that Cassandra might be playing with us. Because it is absolutely in the line of what I would expect from someone that creates such a thing.
Well, we're in a very good position for whatever happens tomorrow, I'd say.
Indeed.
Or a very bad one.
I'll see what
Regardless.
I can. Go ahead.
Lork was just saying, regardless. That's all he was saying.
I'll see if I can acquire anything like scrolls from the Mages Guild tomorrow morning.
All right.
Anything that we might find useful for down there.
If there are creatures down there like the fungus things and both of the others, it might be prudent to have a way to communicate with them.
That is, if you're even sentient.
Aye, but spells like that work on even things like rabbits. Sure, they can't give much information, but
I will look into it.
thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I only have one last thing before we all get to sleep for the night. Did everyone enjoy the light show? Well, at least what you two saw of it.
Which,
It was-
admittedly, was not much.
It was, by all means, don't get me wrong, it was gorgeous. It's just, it was difficult to enjoy with the
I understand.
emotionless line of thinking that I had to go through. Slipping back into that is similar to how I hear other people describe depression, this total void of emotion, and it's like you're on autopilot. It's odd. Regardless, enough complaining about that.
Hi.
It was beautiful.
All right, then let's get some rest.
Any objections to closing?
Nah.
So
Alright, then that is saying I think this was a good session with plenty of preparation. Having been
Yeah.
achieved, good unfolding, good roleplay, good character development, good all along. So, unless we have any objections, I'm
No.
good to close it out.
I guess if there's one final thing, just to, at some point during the night, to, assuming Darius has no objections, Lork would try to just hold him close a bit.
Sure.
Nah, that's gay.
That's
Yes.
pretty gay.
oh, that's gay.
Nah, that's gay.
Thanks.
That's pretty gay, bro.
That's gay. Farewell, everyone.
Yeah.